Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to today's planning meeting. It's Thursday, the 23rd of July. This is a public meeting and members of the public and press are permitted to report on the proceedings. Reporting includes filming, photography, making an audio recording and providing commentary on proceedings. Please note this meeting is recorded and streamed live. These recordings are published on the relevant meeting page of the Council's website. By choosing to attend this public meeting, you are deemed to have been given your consent to being filmed or recorded and for any footage to be broadcast or published. If the alarm sounds, the premises must be evacuated immediately. Do not spend time collecting personal belongings. All emergency escape routes are clearly signed. Once you've left the building, the assembly points are on the High Street outside the Guildhall. And most important of all, please everybody use your microphones when speaking. They can move nearer you, so it's easy for everyone to hear. Thank you, especially because we've got the fans going. I think that's really important today. Thank you. Okay, Margaret, do we have any apologies or substitutes, please?
Yes, Chair, we have no apologies today, but we do have substitutes. It's Councillor DeSera for Councillor Barnes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Councillor DeSera, and at the same time, I'd like to welcome Councillor Matt Lamb, your first meeting here today. Thank you. Have we got any declarations of interest?
Yes, Chair, we have two council applications before committee today. The first being Barrington House, which has been to Policy and Resources Committee. And we also have the application for the Museum and Art Gallery, which has been to, I think, Policy and Resources and Joint Museums Committee as well. I'm confident that the decisions that were made at those committees don't deal with the detail that's being dealt with at planning today. So all of the members who are involved are fine to continue participating and voting. Do we have any other declarations on any of the items on the agenda? Councillor Kinnersley.
Thank you. Yes, just to declare that I'm the ward member that Barrington House falls within. Just to say that I've had emails from two residents on this issue. I responded to those residents but did not get into discussions about the merits of this particular proposal, and I'm happy I come to the meeting today with an open mind. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kinsley. Councillor
Chair, I very much welcome the fans, but could you please ask people to speak up, because it's a bit difficult to hear with the fans going and the distance, so I'll be grateful if people speak up about it, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Amos. I'll move it slightly towards me. How about that? We're just going to go through the minutes of the previous committee meeting. This was on the 21st of May, so quite a long time ago, if everybody can remember it. I will just go through page by page. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, 7, 8, and 9, oh, and 10. Yeah, I just wanted to give an update on the on page 5. We had that we were going to write to the County Council and to the site owners for one of the applications, and we did do this at the end of June. And I think all members were copied into those letters. Okay, thank you. So there is a fair reflection of the meeting. Thank you. I've also got an update to give you. This is from, because normally we would have minutes from the Conservation Advisory Panel, and I just want to give you an update on what's been happening with the Design Review Panel proposal. So as members of the committee will be aware, our Place and Economic Development Committee agreed late last year to our officers establishing a multidisciplinary design review panel for Worcester. This is from Duncan, by the way. I'm pleased to report that after seeking expressions of interest earlier this year, the shortlisting panel have met and we are well on our way to confirming panel membership and organising an inception meeting. We look forward to seeing advice from the new design review panel feeding into our decision making later this year to help improve design quality in new development. The decision to establish a design review panel does not mean that the Conservation Advisory Panel, or CAP, cannot continue to meet, but it was made clear that the council could not resource and support both. If CAP continued, it would need to operate more independently. I can confirm that following the CAP chair and vice chair both standing down earlier this year, that CAP has suspended its operations and meetings have been paused because a new chair has not come forward. We are informed that the Civic Society continues to monitor the weekly lists of applications through their planning panel and comment where they feel this is necessary, mainly on applications affecting listed buildings and conservation areas. CAP members are looking to see if there is appetite to restart CAP with other interested groups beyond the Civic Society. I will update this committee on Design Review Panel and CAP as soon as we have any further developments. Okay, I hope that's clear for everybody where we are at the moment. We had a site visit today for agenda item 9, Prospect Villa, and I'm really pleased 9 members attended. So it was absolutely brilliant turnout, so thank you very much for coming. Margaret, do we have any public participation or representation today, please?
We have no public participation, Chair, but we do have public representation on all 4 applications on the agenda, which is on the sheet in front of you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So for the first item, agenda item 7, we've got Rosie Badham, the Housing and Homelessness Service Manager. Thank you for coming. And Mark Sherwood, Head of Property and Asset Management. Okay, so our first item is number 7. This is Barrington House, and we've got Rebecca as the officer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 7 concerns the planning application at Barrington House at 204 Henwick Road. Application reference 26/00439/FUL. Planning permission is sought for a change of use from residential institution student accommodation, use class C2, to temporary living accommodation for homeless people, sui generis. The site is situated on the northeastern side of Henwick Road within the Riverside Conservation Area. Barrington House is a locally listed building which is described as an impressive period townhouse with significant character. It has previously been used as a private residence, converted into multiple flats, and until December 2014 it was used as a bed and breakfast guest house. Since 2015 the property has been used by the University of Worcester as short-term accommodation for students and visiting lecturers. The City Council now seeks to utilise the building as temporary accommodation to house homeless families and individuals. This slide shows an aerial view of the site with the property fronting onto Henwick Road with a large garden to the rear stretching down to the River Severn. Officer site visit photographs are shown on the following slides. These photographs show the existing front elevation of Barrington House. This slide shows some further street scene images in the wider context of Henwick Road. This slide shows some aerial images of the front and rear of the site. With regard to details of the proposal, the City Council seeks to utilise the building as temporary accommodation in compliance with the duties under the Housing Act 1996 to house homeless families and individuals. The Council makes approximately 250 temporary accommodation placements each year. Increasing the availability of self-contained accommodation would reduce the reliance on costly private accommodation when meeting those statutory housing duties and would enable suitable accommodation to be provided more quickly and with fewer moves before longer-term accommodation is secured. The acquisition of Barrington House would assist the Council in achieving this. The application also includes some minor internal and external alterations to the building and grounds, including the following. Minor internal alterations to create an additional accommodation unit, including a toilet and shower, plus a toilet for a new ground floor office. Removal of external roller shutter to the side area and installation of a new painted hinged timber gates onto Henwick Road. Installation of an external smoking shelter in the yard area. Installation of 4 cycle hoops or stands to be available for residents and staff, and then replacement of rotten and defective timber single glazed sash windows and external doors with new double glazed white UPV sash windows. These would be vertical sliding sash windows with 2 sashes designed to replicate traditional timber sashes using a low-maintenance UPVC frame and doors configured to match existing. The existing windows within the property are a mixture of timber and UPVC. Finally, new solar PV panels would be installed to the southwest slope of the main roof fronting Henwick Road. This slide shows the existing proposed elevations. The proposed alterations to the front elevation include the new timber gates and an area of solar panels to the roof slope, as just stated. The next slide shows the proposed rear and side elevations. There was a small amendment to the side windows to the double doors, adapting their configuration at lower ground floor level. The next slide shows the existing and proposed lower ground and ground floor plans, showing some minor internal changes, including new stud partitions, the installation of new toilets, a wall and doorway removed, and a new opening in a wall. The following slide shows the existing and proposed first and second floor plans with no internal alterations proposed at these levels. The University of Worcester decided that the property is surplus to its requirements and in 2025 marketed the property for sale. Worcester City Council is looking to acquire the property to be used as temporary living accommodation for homeless people. The existing property has 6 self-contained units, 3 ensuite rooms and communal living space. The proposed use will convert the building internally with minor alterations to provide 10 self-contained units of temporary living accommodation, which is sui generis. As described previously, the building has previously had a variety of different uses, and the loss of the existing use of the building as a residential institution is considered to be acceptable, and an alternative use of the building can be considered in planning terms. So the proposed use is for temporary living accommodation to accommodate homeless people, and it should be noted that temporary living accommodation for homeless people and a house in multiple occupation or a HMO are not the same with regard to planning use. They are 2 very different uses, and permission would be for the specific use applied for. The internal alterations proposed to the building are limited in terms of their scale and impact. The existing plans show 9 existing self-contained units with shared facilities at ground floor. The proposed plans would convert the existing communal facilities into an office and a new Unit 5. There would therefore be a total of 10 self-contained units where homeless people could be allocated temporary living accommodation. Temporary accommodation for homeless households is not permanent C3 residential accommodation and does not count as units towards the council's housing delivery targets. Part 7 of the Housing Act requires accommodation secured while homeless duties are being discharged to be suitable, and the Homelessness Code of Guidance identifies factors to be considered when assessing suitability, but does not prescribe specific minimum unit sizes for temporary accommodation. It also recognises that suitability requirements differ between interim and settled accommodation, and that the period of occupation is a relevant factor. Accordingly, while the nationally described space standard is a relevant reference point for permanent residential accommodation, it carries limited weight in this case. Importantly, the housing team has confirmed that it does not seek to maximise occupancy within each unit. Suitability would be assessed on a case-by-case basis, having regard to the household's individual needs, the temporary nature of the placement, safeguarding considerations, and the availability of more appropriate accommodation elsewhere in the council's temporary accommodation portfolio. On this basis, officers are satisfied that the approach to occupation and space standards is appropriate for temporary accommodation and can be controlled through the submitted management statement and recommended conditions restricting the use of temporary accommodation provided in compliance with the Council's Housing Act 1996 duties. Concerns have been raised that the proposal would amount to another HMO and would contribute to an over-concentration of such accommodation in the area. Officers acknowledge those concerns. However, the application is not for a HMO, and any planning permission granted would be limited to the specific temporary accommodation use applied for. The accommodation would be operated and managed by or on behalf of the council to meet statutory homelessness duties. The existing building has already been used for managed short-term accommodation, and the proposal would not result in a materially different pattern of occupation, such as to justify refusal on grounds of concentration or character. When weighing the proposals in the planning balance, significant weight should be given to the social benefits of providing temporary accommodation in compliance with the Council's duties under the Housing Act 1996. The proposal would increase the Council's supply of self-contained temporary accommodation, helping it to meet those statutory duties and reducing reliance on costly private accommodation. It would also provide a more stable and suitable form of accommodation while longer-term housing options are considered. The proposed change of use is therefore considered to be acceptable with regard to the principle of development, and the site is in a highly sustainable location, being within walking and cycling distance of the city centre, on a bus route and within a 25-minute walk to Foregate Street train station. The proposals therefore accord with policy SWDPR 18 and 25 of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review and paragraph 11 and 61 of the NPPF. With regard to conservation and design matters, there are no significant external alterations proposed to the main building, and the property is already in multiple occupation under short-term arrangements, so will have no material impact on the character of the area. The proposed external alterations are minimal and consistent with the existing nature and character of the building. The individual units are existing, and therefore adequate soundproofing to floors and walls has already been implemented during the last refurbishment works. Whilst noting that the locally listed status of the building does not allow consideration of internal works, the proposals internally are limited in their scale and impact and are largely reversible. They would not be harmful to the heritage significance of the building in terms of why it is locally listed or how it is experienced and appreciated. The PV panels proposed are acceptable as they will be fully matte black with non-reflective finish and closely fixed to the existing slate roof. The Council's property team have advised that a contractor would have to design the solar panels based on energy usage, and then a structural survey would be undertaken. The applicant has agreed to a condition that a brief structural statement shall be submitted prior to the commencement of the works to install the solar panels, supported by calculated loads in comparison with the roof's allowable capacity. At rear ground floor level, the plans have been revised during the course of the application to retain the double doors, with the existing side window opening lights increased in depth and top hung in response to comments made by the Conservation Officer. Overall, the proposals would have a neutral impact on the Riverside Conservation Area, with some elements of improvement to the overall appearance of the building, and on the whole, the character and appearance of the locally listed building would be preserved. The proposals are therefore acceptable with regard to design and conservation considerations. With regard to impact on neighbouring amenity, the building has previously been in use as different forms of residential accommodation, including flats, a bed and breakfast, and short-term student accommodation. The proposed use would therefore continue a residential form of occupation within an established building with limited physical alteration. For future occupiers, the proposal would provide self-contained units within the existing building with access to external amenity space to the rear and side of the property. The site is within a sustainable urban location with good access to services, public transport, walking and cycling routes, and the city centre. The proposed management arrangements, staff presence and recommended conditions relating to security, refuse, cycle parking and use would ensure that the accommodation is appropriately managed and that future residents have an acceptable standard of amenity. The proposals are therefore acceptable and in accordance with policy SWDPR 35 of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review, having regard to impact on neighbouring living conditions. West Mercia Police, Designing Out Crime, have commented on the application as detailed in the committee report. The applicant has provided a response to these comments, which is available to view on the Council's website. Officers have considered these comments and the response received, and this response, along with the proposed conditions in relation to security measures and secured by design, appropriately address the comments raised. It is noted that a number of public comments have been received on the application, many of which reference concerns relating to security. There is no evidence to suggest that housing homeless people in this property on a temporary basis is likely to give rise to security concerns to nearby uses, properties, neighbours or people passing by. It is stated in the application supporting documents that the proposed use of the property is as accommodation for families, survivors of domestic abuse and individuals who are vulnerable due to ill health or disability. It will not be hostel accommodation and will not be used to accommodate high-risk individuals. It is not known at this stage exactly who will be living here, and by the nature of the development, there will be different people staying here at different times. However, should concern arise, these can be reported to the council's housing team in terms of management of the building or individual tenants, and ultimately, should any crimes be committed by inhabitants of the property, these should be reported to the police. Efforts will be made to ensure the proposed development is well managed and that any future tenants of the property are respectful to their neighbours and members of the public. Details are included within the application, and further details are required by secured by design conditions to ensure that the development achieves the highest levels of security possible for a locally listed building in a conservation area, including secure by design and crime reduction and prevention measures, as well as minimising any risks of antisocial behaviour inside or within the vicinity of the site. The application is therefore considered to comply with policy SWDPR 28 and will comply with secure by design guidance with regard to designing out crime and security. With regard to highways and parking, the local highway authority has been consulted on the proposals and has raised no objections subject to conditions. Regarding car parking, there are parking restrictions on the western side of the carriageway and parking bays on the eastern side fronting the site, which allow residents permit parking or parking for 2 hours only between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. The application site does not benefit from in-curtilage parking at present. Access to Henwick Road will be via a secure pedestrian gate and with 4 cycle stands to be installed for use by residents and staff. Whilst details of staff numbers have not been provided, it is stated in the planning statement that on-street parking is available on Henwick Road either via the residents' parking scheme or within the restrictions as above, and this is the same arrangement as for staff of the existing and previous use of the building. Visiting site staff would utilise existing parking arrangements during normal working hours. It is acknowledged that due to the nature of the residents and the temporary accommodation, the parking demand associated with the site is likely to be low, and the sustainable credentials of the site are accepted to include regular public transport services and good quality walking and cycling links. The existing and proposed situation is therefore comparable with regard to parking, and the parking demand associated with the site is likely to be low. There would not be any highway safety concerns or cumulative impacts on the road network which would warrant refusal of the proposals on highway grounds, taking into account paragraph 116 of the NPPF, and the proposals also in accordance with policy SWDPR 6 of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review. With regard to the planning balance, economic, environmental and social aspects of the development must be weighed. Significant weight is given to the social benefits of providing 10 units of temporary accommodation in compliance with the Council's duties under the Housing Act 1996. The proposal would assist the Council in meeting those statutory housing duties, reduce reliance on costly private accommodation and provide a more stable form of accommodation while longer-term housing options are considered. With regard to the environmental credentials of the site, it can be seen to be a highly sustainable location, being located on Henwick Road, near bus stops and within walking and cycling distance of the city centre, the bus station and Foregate Street train station. The site is in a highly sustainable location where future occupants are not anticipated to have cars, except for potentially the accessible room inhabitants, which is justified. There are also heritage benefits to the proposals in terms of making external repairs to the building, including the external appearance by rendering or repainting it, removing and replacing rotten windows and removing the roller shutter on Henwick Road and replacing it with a more appropriate gate. Finally, in terms of economic benefits, the proposal would support staff employment associated with the management and operation of the accommodation. There would be financial benefits to the council in providing its own temporary accommodation, reducing the need to rely on more expensive private accommodation when meeting statutory homelessness duties. All comments received as part of the consultation process have been considered, along with all relevant material planning considerations. On balance, the submitted scheme is considered appropriate to the character of the area and would not result in any unacceptable adverse impact on neighbouring properties. The proposal would provide 10 units of temporary accommodation in compliance with the Council's duties under the Housing Act, delivering significant social benefits and helping the Council to meet those statutory housing duties in a more stable and cost-effective way. Officers therefore recommend that the application is granted subject to conditions. And this concludes the officer presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, so we've got Rosie and Mark from the City Council. You've got 5 minutes. I'll wave when you get near, about 4:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the application for Barrington House and our intentions for its use. So firstly, having read the consultation responses, I'm aware that there are some concerns around the use of the property, and I hope to address those today by being really clear about how the accommodation will be managed. In particular, I want to emphasise some key points. If permission is granted, Barrington House will provide self-contained homes with no shared facilities. It will not be a HMO, it will not be a hostel, it will not be supported accommodation, it will not be used for high-risk individuals, drug use on a premises will not be permitted, it will not accommodate sex offenders or individuals with a history of violence or other serious criminal activity, and it will not house asylum seekers. Those seeking asylum are not eligible for homeless assistance from the council, and responsibility for their accommodation rests with the Home Office. Like all housing authorities, Worcester City Council has a legal duty to provide temporary accommodation for certain homeless households, including families with children, people fleeing domestic abuse, young people leaving care, and vulnerable individuals with significant health needs. The housing service has worked hard in recent years to improve the quality of temporary accommodation available in the city. We have access to a range of temporary accommodation to meet the diverse needs of our customers, and have increased our own stock of accommodation, now managing 26 units in-house. This approach has enabled us to provide better quality accommodation, improve value for money, and reduce the use of expensive B&B accommodation, which is not suitable for children and many others. Barrington House will provide a further 10 self-contained units, allowing us to replace expensive shared provision and offer accommodation that provides privacy, security, and stability during a difficult period in residents' lives. Our successful track record of managing similar units of temporary accommodation has shaped our management plans for Barrington House. We have robust assessment processes in place to ensure placements are safe, suitable, and sustainable. These assessments consider the needs of the household, other residents, and the local community. Residents will be members of the local community who do not require supervision or intensive support, but staff will be available to assist with any property management issues and to provide housing-related support to help them move on to a permanent home. Concerns have been expressed about potential antisocial behaviour and crime. I would emphasise that the accommodation is intended for families and vulnerable individuals who can manage independent living, have no history of violence or serious offending, and who do not pose a risk to other residents or the wider community. Our experience in managing similar properties across the city demonstrates that these residents do not generate the kinds of issues that have been suggested. Nevertheless, we set clear expectations regarding resident conduct and have a robust management approach should any concerns arise. A copy of our disciplinary policy was attached to the management plan, and we've provided further context on this in a supplementary document attached to the application. Staff will visit regularly. Each resident will have dedicated housing and accommodation officers, and local residents will be provided with contact details for both the accommodation team and the council's out-of-hours service, so that any concerns can be reported and addressed promptly. Concerns have also been raised about the impact on parking. However, the building already provides 9 units of living accommodation and receives regular visits from university staff and contractors. Most other temporary accommodation sites do not have parking, and the majority of residents do not own a vehicle. Staff regularly travel on foot or by public transport and will use existing on-street parking when necessary. We therefore do not anticipate a greater impact on local parking than occurs under its current use. Finally, I would like to stress our commitment to being a responsible neighbour. The Housing Service wrote directly to immediate neighbours before both the Policy and Resources Committee and the planning application to ensure residents were informed and had the opportunity to contact us with any questions. That commitment will continue if planning permission is granted. We'll remain accessible to local residents, keep neighbours informed, and work proactively to address any issues that may arise. In summary, Barrington House represents an opportunity to fulfil our legal duties and provide safe, well-managed temporary homes for local people at a time of need, while reducing reliance on less suitable more costly accommodation. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you very much. Has anyone got any questions for the speakers, please? Councillor Udall.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, I'm just going to ask questions on top of page 7 on our documentation, which is to do with the highways issues and problems which people have associated potentially with the site. First, it's a three-part question. The first part of that question is the previous occupiers of the university, as I understand it, utilised the university's own parking provision for the residents and for people who were visiting the site. I understand that's not going to be a viable option if this is changed as applied for. Second part of the question is, when you say visiting site staff would utilise existing arrangements, does that conflict with what I've just said? Is there other alternative arrangements? And thirdly, am I not in my understanding that simply because you're homeless and in need of temporary accommodation, that doesn't mean to say you're carless? Every single person I've met in recent years who has become homeless, either through marital breakup or illegal eviction, they've all had cars. So they all will, their lack of car is not a cause of their homelessness. So consequently, there will be cars here from everybody's coming. Is that not an issue of concern for you?
Thank you. I'm not aware of the existing arrangements that the university has with their residents and staff. There has been a conversation around whether it might be viable for us to make an arrangement with the university. Obviously, they have a campus very nearby. In terms of your final point, in terms of resident use and vehicles, no, absolutely not. We're certainly not making any assumptions about future residents. But in our experience, as I've said, the vast majority of our residents of temporary accommodation don't own a vehicle. The vast majority of our temporary accommodation units do not have parking provision, and that has never proved to be an issue. Having said that, we do have a range of accommodation available across the city, as I've said, some of which is shared, some of which are self-contained houses, flats, and if it was felt that a particular household needed a car for essential means, then we would be looking to place them in accommodation that had parking available. As I said, we take placement decisions based on individual circumstances.
As long as it's a question.
It is a question. I would like to explore further with you what you said about the arrangements and discussions you've had with the university for accommodating car parking on their site. I'm assuming that hasn't progressed well at this stage and are still in discussion stage, but I'd be grateful if you could expand a bit on what is being sought and being suggested.
Yes, you're right to say it hasn't progressed further. Obviously, we don't own the building yet. That's obviously subject to us being granted planning permission. So we haven't progressed those conversations further. We're also in conversation with our own parking team around the permit scheme and whether that can be available for the one accessible unit in the property that may require parking on occasion. But no, you're correct to say we haven't made any firm commitments.
Yes, go Paul.
Through you, Chair, just one point of clarification, if I can, just to be helpful. Looking back at the application that was approved in 2015 for the university to use it for student accommodation, it's very clear in the planning permission that there was no legal or conditional requirement to be able to provide any parking. So any arrangements that they have made are not a planning requirement, they are a requirement of their own. So in terms of your planning considerations, you are considering a property that was accepted in planning terms as having no car parking other than the existing arrangements.
I've got Councillor Amos, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got two questions, really. Could I have some more details of who's going to supervise this gate? It's slightly unusual that they want to provide a gate so that people can go around the back and smoke. So who's going to authorise that and who's going to monitor it for security reasons? And secondly, could I have some details about the staff numbers? Because it says staff numbers have not been provided. we've just heard on a previous answer, the parking arrangements haven't been sorted either. This seems to be making up on the hoof, frankly, Chair. So I would like some definite answers to this, not sort of possible things that might happen in the future.
Thank you, sir. So in terms of the smoking area, so the access to that area is not just through that side gate, it can be accessed via the rear of the property. So the purpose of the side gate predominantly is to secure the bike storage and the bin storage, I believe.
Yeah.
Mark might be able to add more on that. But in terms of the smoking area, it's not a case people would have to use that gate every time. Essentially, there is other access. In terms of staffing, it isn't that we haven't provided them, but it isn't that we don't know. So obviously we've done, we manage accommodation already. The likelihood is that there would be one member of staff there at any one time. There may be two, depending on if there's a sign-up happening at the same time as somebody moving out, or if there was some repairs going on at the same time, for example. But the likelihood is that there'd be one member of staff at any one time.
Just a quick follow-up on that, Chair, if I may. Can we assume then that however many staff there will be, they will be walking, cycling or busing and not using a car, given what we know about the lack of parking?
So at the moment, the majority of visits to our temporary accommodation are done on foot or by using public transport. The main person who does them actually doesn't have a driving licence, so yes. But that's not to say there won't be any visits by car. Sometimes we have to deliver equipment. Sometimes, you know, if someone has mobility issues, then they may visit by car. But we don't consider that that would be a significant increase in parking impact than is currently the case with the building.
I've got Councillor Agar, please.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things I'd like to ask Ms Badham. And thank you really for being here and being so clear about the management plan and who's going to use this place, because I think that's been important. But there are two questions I have. How temporary is temporary? And will occupants actually receive some kind of welcome pack detailing things like travel opportunities or what have you? Because I'm not sure how long they're going to be there, but they may be coming from a large number of different locations in the city.
Thank you. So in terms of length of stay, it's obviously very much dependent on someone's individual circumstances, but based on experience with a similar property of similar size, of a similar resident profile, the average length of stay is around 4 to 5 months before they're able to move on to a permanent home. In terms of what they receive, so yes, absolutely, they receive a very well-stocked welcome pack. So at the point that they sign up, that is done with a member of staff. So there are no sign-ups that happen unstaffed. They take place during working hours. The member of staff would obviously give them a tour of the property, explain the fire procedures, explain in detail the behaviour and conduct requirements and the consequences of not complying with those. They would sign the licence agreement. We would also do a personal evacuation and an emergency plan with them to ensure that people can self-mobilise in the event of a fire or other emergency. And within each room, there is a comprehensive welcome pack that includes information about the property, but also about the local area. So it will include information about local GP services, local shops, libraries, post offices, transport, everything you can think of. Yeah. Yes.
I've got Councillor Kinsley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today, and thank you also for the efforts you've gone to let the local residents know that this is coming up and to provide the opportunity for people to respond, which they have done, as you know, and it's good that we have an opportunity to discuss those concerns, because they're real, they are real concerns. So I just wanted to, I've got a number of things, if that's okay, just to squeeze them into the same questions, yeah. Well, firstly, very specifically, in the management plan, I think it's the management plan, you say that visitors will not be allowed. I'm interested to know how you would enforce that, and it's something I presume experienced of, but I'd like to understand that. You also you do provide the detail of your disciplinary procedures should people under your care, not comply with the rules. If you have information on an idea of how many times, say in the last year, those disciplinary procedures have been invoked, I think that would be helpful to know. I'm interested as well, picking up on my colleague's question about how temporary is temporary, is do you have an idea of the kind of occupancy levels of the building? I give the impression in the documentation that it may well not be 100% all of the time, so I'd be interested to know if you've got have an expectation of just quite how well used it will be. And sorry, one last point. You paint a picture of quite vulnerable residents coming to the building. Conscious that the building backs onto the river, and I'm just interested to understand the access situation from the riverside, if you can. Thank you.
I will endeavour to remember them all, but I may need a reminder. So in terms of, I'll take your last point first because it's stuck in my head. So in terms of access to the riverside, there are gates at the rear of the property on the patio area which prevents access beyond the rear patio, essentially. So there can be access from the river for contractors that need to do grounds maintenance work, but the residents would not have access to that area. In terms of occupancy, so we aim, obviously, to have occupancy which provides value for money, essentially. So, as I've said, we have a range of temporary accommodation units, some of which are owned and managed by ourselves, some are through private providers. We will aim to occupy our own units first, not simply because that represents value for money, but because they are better quality and they're better for the household. But that's not to say that we would aim for 100% occupancy all the time. When I say that we make placement decisions and we take those decisions very seriously and make them very carefully, that is absolutely the case, and we will only place people where that is suitable for them. In terms of visitors, so we, as I've said, will have member of staff there on a regular basis. The property also has full CCTV coverage, which staff in other properties will regularly check to see if there have been any issues. It's also amazing how other people will dob each other in if rules are broken, so we can always use that information to then assess that on CCTV if necessary. It's just important to say that the reason that we say no visitors is because we do take safeguarding very seriously when we are making those decisions based on what we know about the risk posed by the individuals we know. We don't know their visitors and we can't make those decisions. They can have professional visitors, that's to say, but not otherwise. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to remind me of the others.
It was about the number of times that disciplinary procedures have been required.
Yes, thank you. So I had thought that might come up actually. So I did ask the team to do a bit of work on looking at that. I'm sorry, I haven't got it broken down by year, but over the last 4 years, shall we say, where we've had our own temporary accommodation, there have been 95 warnings given under our disciplinary procedure, the vast majority of which are for issues which would not affect anyone beyond either the individual or the residents of the property. So things like people not staying for a couple of nights and not notifying us they won't be there, not paying service charges, not having good hygiene in the room, property condition, that kind of thing. The vast majority, so 83% of those warnings were given for those reasons. Noise disturbance accounted for 17%, so 16 out of those warnings were for that reason. Again, I don't have that broken down. My suspicion is the majority of those would be, again, internal noise disturbance between residents, but potentially that could have been from neighbours. But we've certainly never had to evict anybody for that reason.
So can I just add about the riverside access? So from the upper terrace down to the lower garden, there is quite a drop of around about 4.5 to 5 metres, and it's accessed by one staircase. It's got walls either side of the staircase, and there is a railing gate which is lockable as well. So to get from the lower garden to the upper level is quite difficult.
I've got Councillor Kimberley, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for coming to speak with us and answer our questions. I've got a couple of questions, one very broad, I think to try and help clear up misunderstandings that might exist in the public domain, and then one very specific to clear up a misunderstanding in my own head. So, the first one I wanted to ask you really is just to outline for us the distinction between temporary accommodation and an HMO, because I think there's been clearly quite a lot of misunderstanding in the public domain around this topic. In as few words as possible, if that's okay, would you be able to outline that difference for us, please?
So HMO, or house in multiple occupation, is where there are multiple separate households living in one property and sharing facilities such as bathrooms and kitchen facilities. Some temporary accommodation may be in HMO accommodation. This temporary accommodation will be completely self-contained. Everybody will have their own front door, their own flat essentially. They won't share any facilities with their neighbours.
Thank you. And if you'll permit me, Chair, I have my simple question to follow, well, my more specific question to follow up with, which was in the comments from West Mercia Police, there was one thing which which jumped out at me, which was to do with the delivery of mail and post. I know that we're all having problems with postal deliveries around the city at the moment. But I do think in the event that things start to improve there, it would be good to know that there is a system in place for the secure and safe delivery of post for the occupants of this facility. I know of plenty of HMOs where it's not obvious how they receive their post, and it obviously cuts them off from access to the official world or to access bills and things like that. So is there a system in place for the safe entry and exit for postal staff, and is there a mail room set out for the occupants of this building? Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a mail letterbox for the delivery of post currently at Barrington House. In some of our other temporary accommodation, we have a separate secure mailbox which only staff can access to ensure that the mail goes to the correct individuals, the correct units, and they have access to that. As I said, staff visit regularly and are able to distribute that. And also we quite often continue to receive mail there for people who may have moved on, and we will ensure that's redirected to them when that happens.
I've got Councillor De Sarah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just got just a single question. On page 6, there is a comment, the second comment down, worried about the proximity of a women's refuge. I'm not sure why they know that there is one, but anyway, worried that the site would be compromised by the type of people likely to be housed at this address. Can I ask you, is there a type of person who unfortunately becomes homeless?
No, absolutely not. Homelessness can affect anybody and everybody, and unfortunately does. We work with a range of very, very different customers and endeavour to meet their needs in the most appropriate accommodation. I'm not aware that there is a women's refuge in the location, just to clarify that. But certainly our intention is that we would be accommodating males and females who have fled domestic abuse in the accommodation. We would certainly not be proposing that if we felt they would be at risk there.
I've got Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming today and outlining this. This has a lot of merits to it. And my question, please, the West Mercia Police security comments, or designing out crime officer comments, they mentioned that in their view an effective lighting plan is required. I note in your response that there's plans to have an additional sensor for outside lighting. Have I just failed to spot it, or is there already a lighting plan? Yes, security matters. Also, in terms of appropriate lighting for the location and for not disturbing bats, etc. I would just welcome some, if you could outline what this lighting plan is, please.
Yeah, there's nothing indicated on the plans at the moment, but we would be looking to put external lighting at the rear of the property and the side where the smoking shelter is located, and that would be on sensors. But we would be mindful of not, obviously, light pollution into neighbouring properties. We would be sort of targeted to the immediate area.
So as a follow-up, is that something you'd be happy to explore and sort with officers if members were minded to condition about a lighting plan? Thank you.
Has anybody got any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Given that a lot of the units will be occupied by families, is there any provision for children to play on the property?
So there is outdoor space at the accommodation, and we have outdoor space in quite a lot of our temporary accommodations. So although we won't be providing play equipment simply because of health and safety concerns and the need to maintain that equipment, there will certainly be the opportunity for them to access outdoor space, yes.
Thank you. I've just got one question. In the report, it talks about how the council has a statutory housing duty. I was wondering whether you could talk about this a little bit, but also with the importance of stable and suitable accommodation. I know that for years we were using bed and breakfasts, which of course are completely unsuitable for children, but could you just outline what it means to have this kind of building in your portfolio? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. So our statutory duties are to provide accommodation, as I've said, to those groups set out in homeless legislation who are considered to have a priority need or be vulnerable in legislative terms. That includes families with children, and it is unlawful for local authorities to keep families with children in bed and breakfast type accommodation for longer than 6 weeks. It's also unlawful to place young people leaving care into bed and breakfast accommodation at all, and it's very strongly discouraged to place a young person who has previously been in care in bed and breakfast accommodations, obviously because of their additional vulnerabilities. So we endeavour to fulfil all of those requirements. There was a time, as you say, that we were very heavily reliant on bed and breakfast accommodation at the council, and we unfortunately did have a number of families in bed and breakfast accommodation for longer than the 6 weeks period. And since that time, we have worked extremely hard to reduce that, and I'm very proud to say that for the last 3 years, I think just over 3 years, we haven't had any families in bed and breakfast accommodation or shared accommodation for that matter for longer than those 6 weeks, and in fact have been able to avoid them needing to go in at all. The intention around increasing our own stock and having our own shared self-contained provision is to minimise the upheaval and disruption to families. So unfortunately, it is the case for quite a few families that they may have to go into shared accommodation initially and then move into self-contained accommodation after that. Our aim is that we can cut out that initial step and move them straight into self-contained. I'm sure you can all appreciate the desire to maintain a family life, to be able to cook meals, to be able to do homework, to be able to have space, especially for children who may have additional needs. It's very well documented and researched that the impact of living in temporary accommodation and bed and breakfast is significant in terms of social, educational, employment, financial, and we are strongly committed to minimising that as far as possible. And the acquisition of Barrington House would contribute to us achieving that.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, as the council is signed up to the military covenant, and as we have our armed forces champion on the committee as well, will their priority be given to ex-service personnel?
So the accommodation will be available for individuals to whom we owe a statutory homeless duty. If we receive an application from a member of the armed forces who is considered to be able to manage independently, low risk, doesn't have a history of violent offending and meets all those other criteria, then absolutely they would be accommodated there or in any one of our other temporary accommodation units. It would depend on their individual circumstances.
And I've just got a question for Mark, please. I can see that you've got 4 cycle stores. I'm wondering if those are going to be covered. And also, in a building of this size, you know, it's got 3 stories. I'm a bit concerned about overheating, and I was wondering if you've given that any thought. Thank you. Overheating, whether you've given that any thought. Yeah.
So is this to do with the solar gain of the?
Yeah, because you've got a lot of windows on that elevation. It's just whether you're, I don't know, what your plans are.
I mean, this leads us probably into the replacement of the windows, which are predominantly at the rear of the property. They do seem to be more affected at the rear, and visually from the inside, a lot of them do seem to be rotten in places. So hence we were looking to replace those with a UPVC window, because the access is quite difficult at the back. It's have to be fixed scaffolding. So what we were looking to do was to replace them with a heritage grade UPVC window, which is a premium wood effect UPVC. And they wouldn't feature realistic, highly textured wood grain foils, putty-line profiles, and run through sash horns. So you get the horns coming down to match the original period styles. And they also have special joints as well, so they mimic timber joints rather than having the more sort of domestic, traditional sort of V joints on the corners. And they've also been used, these type of windows, in conservation areas in historic London boroughs such as Kensington and Chelsea, also Lake District National Park, and older properties in Oxford. And then just going back to your question about overheating, we can obviously look about solar control glass as well when we're replacing those windows.
Okay, great, thank you. And the cycle storage, whether it's going to be covered. Thank you.
So the cycle storage, that will be located on the amenity area, and then it will be accessed through the off the road through the pedestrian gate. What we would encourage is, I think there was an issue from the police about security. So you would lock your bike to the hoops, which would provide an additional layer of security. But I feel that with that access door is going to limit it for use by the residents. I don't really see that as an issue.
I see Councillor Hughes, or your hand go up.
Yeah, just a small question, and you prompted me by your question, so you reminded me. It's a question I regularly ask at such meetings about such applications, and I think I already know the answer before I ask it. Such properties as this always have a significantly higher fire risk than normal domestic dwellings. I think the figure was 19 times higher risk than a normal domestic dwelling. I'm assuming there's no plans to actually help with fire safety by installing domestic sprinklers within the premises, which will effectively reduce and eliminate that kind of risk.
No, there is no plans to put a sprinkler system in. I mean, it has got a robust fire alarm system already installed. And then there will be a fire risk assessment done and a fire evacuation plan.
Okay, do I have any further questions? No? No? Yeah, we'll do that next year, don't worry. You're free to step back if that's all right. I'll open the floor now for questions for officers, please.
Just a point of order, Chair, if I may, just before we start the body of the discussion and debate. This is a council application.
Yes.
And I understand it went to P&R, and 3 members on that committee supported this application.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we have had declarations at the beginning already. But we'll have it clarified for you again, if that's okay.
When was it at the beginning?
Yeah.
Well, you see, this is the problem. We can't hear at the back. I keep saying this, Shepherd.
Sorry, Councillor Ramos. It was mentioned at the beginning. Can you hear me now, just before I start? Good. So it was mentioned at the beginning of the committee under declarations of interest that this project had been discussed at P&R committee in March, I believe. And you're right, there were 3 members of the committee currently who were on P&R at the same time. I'm confident that the decision that was made at P&R was around the financial aspect of whether or not we proceed with the acquisition of Barrington House, which is subject to planning, so hasn't gone through yet, and doesn't affect the decision-making here today in terms of what is a technical planning discussion about the application to the property and the changes that will be made. Does that clarify it for you?
Thank you. So I'm opening the floor for questions for officers, please, and it's questions, please. We'll move to the debate afterwards. Thank you. Councillor Agar?
Thank you. Just the one, and it's 7.20 paragraph. It's on page 14. Can you just clarify a little further about what is happening to that particular door and how that will affect the ventilation? Because you're quite right, Chair. This is a busy road. People will have to open their windows, I think, to get enough ventilation, which is a bit sad because they'll be breathing those fumes, you know. So I think it's quite important to know what other ventilation issues there might be. So 7.20, could you just clarify how that will help the ventilation? There's an amendment there, I think, a sort of suggested amendment to the design.
Yes, thank you for the question. So it's basically set out at paragraph 7.20 that as part of the Conservation Officer comments on the application, they picked up on an originally proposed amendment to the 2 windows either side of the double doors. Well, so yeah, sorry, there was meant to be an alteration to the existing double doors. But yeah, they had concerns about that. So basically, there was an amendment proposed which retains the existing double doors and then just makes some very minor alterations to the 2 side windows. So the plans were revised to retain the double doors and existing side window opening lights were increased in depth and top hung. So
well,
I think
I asked particularly because I don't see a condition relating to it. So is that a proposal that's been accepted?
yes, sorry, there was an amended plan which was received as part of the application, so that is on the approved drawing numbers. Yeah.
I've got Councillor Udall, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm conscious of what Mr. Rowan said earlier about the previous application in 2015, I think he said, when it became part of the university complex, and there was no link in that application for residents or users to use the university car park. But nevertheless, that actually did happen. And consequently, any impact on parking as a result of that building was alleviated because of an informal agreement which took place after the application. I am concerned that the consequences of not having an agreement will be catastrophic for on-street parking facilities in the area, and in particular the vet surgery opposite, which will be seen as an opportunity for people to park. Is there any mechanism which you can see within the plan and application process through conditions that we can actually encourage City Council to have some kind of discussions with the university to continue this kind of facility for parking on their site? We can't obviously guarantee the university will accept it, but we can make the request.
Through you, Chair, in terms of the fallback position, which is what members will be considering as part of the planning balance, as I stated earlier, there's no mechanism. So in terms of what we're looking at a fallback position of 9 units with no car parking. We're now looking at a proposal for 10 units with no car parking, effectively, and using existing surrounding areas. The fact that the university came up with their own arrangements to be able to use their own land is a matter for them of how they wanted to deal with that. And I appreciate that that may have existed for some time, but that wasn't part of the planning proposal. So in terms of your considerations, that's what you're balancing, 9 versus 10. In terms of the planning mechanisms to be able to require the City Council to have those discussions, it's impossible to be able to do that. but I'm sure the officers who are sat in this room will take that away and note that that is a thought and a requirement that they will investigate to the best of their abilities. But from a planning application point of view, the officer's opinion, and my advice to you, is that there is no requirement to do that to make this development acceptable. It is something that you are considering as the balance. Officer's opinion, and so is the Highways Authority's opinion, is that there is no distinct impact as a result of this proposal on highway safety.
I've got Councillor Kinsley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about the planning policy side of it. Amongst some of the comments from the residents, those pointed us towards the policy SWDPR 18 in relation to suggested that applications of this sort should ideally be in detached buildings, which this isn't. And I wonder if you could elaborate on that, please. Thank you.
Happy to do so. And through you, Chair, within the policy, there is no specific requirement for it to be a detached building. There is policy text that follows, which is called the reasoned justification, and members will be aware that there is the policy text, and then there is the explanation of the policy. Within that, there is a suggestion that hostels and other similar type of buildings, and I suppose if we want to catch a catch-all, this type of accommodation may fall into that. It suggests that a detached property might be best suited. There is no policy requirement for that. It's a suggestion. And whilst, as members know, you read the plan as a whole, you've got to be very specific in terms of where you're doing your policy assessment. So there is no requirement for that. It talks within the policy about ensuring that there is adequate provisions to ensure that there is no sound between residents and rooms, but that doesn't extend beyond that site. So we are confident, as set out within the report, that it is policy compliant, and yes, there is that policy text, but that is just policy text. It's not the policy itself.
So just to clarify on that, so you're confident that the measures that are in place at the moment are sufficient to ensure that noise disturbance with the adjoining party wall won't be a problem? Is that right?
Absolutely, and through you, Chair, the layout, as members will have seen, there are some adjoining areas, but they are self-contained areas. It's not communal areas, and 2 of the floors there are stairwells and service accommodation. So again, it limits the amount of noise transfer. And you will have also seen on the floor plans, they're pretty thick walls on the adjoining side, and then it is detached on the other side.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Oh, Councillor Reg.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check with the officers that they feel all the concerns raised by the police in their report have been responded to or satisfied?
Through you, Chair, yes, we do, and I draw members' attention to conditions 6 and 7 of the proposed conditions, which ask for details of security, which will include the lighting that Mark Sherwood talked about earlier, and also a requirement to look for Secure by Design accreditation as part of that. So we are satisfied that through those conditions, we can achieve all of the aspects that the Designing Out Crime Officer has requested.
So that is, just Paul, the condition is a minimum of a Secure by Design Bronze Award. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I don't know what that means, but anyway. I've got Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to pick up on this last point, so about the lighting, not just that it's not providing light overspill on neighbours and is sufficient for illuminating for security, but also about the light temperature and ecology. Have we already got that covered through our existing conditions and policy documents? So particularly about the light temperature for an ecology perspective, and also wondering about whether the cycle storage, if we are able to condition that should have cover that that should be covered so that it's not pleasant when your bikes get wet in winter and it stops people using them. So just wondering if that's something we can condition if members are minded to.
Through you, Chair. In respect of the temperature of the levels of lighting, that hasn't been picked up in terms of the conditions, but it will certainly be part of those considerations when we look at lighting. But given the distance from the river, that is something that there is a fallback position. They could put lighting there in any event, but that's certainly something that the property team will consider as part of their proposals. And then in terms of cover, that is in members' gift. It could be something that could be conditioned if they felt appropriate.
Okay, I've got Councillor Amos, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question of security seems to have been a bit overlooked, as far as I can see from the debate so far. Mr. Round has just referred to the fact, to the condition 6. Prior to the occupation, details of security measures to minimise the risk of crime, etc., etc. Well, frankly, I would rather have those details now rather than leave it to some time in the future, because security seems to be a big issue for residents. 51 objections. Now, these objections have come from somewhere. There are concerns, like it or not. And it is because this, call it what you want, people are seeing it in the context of an HMO, and I agree with them, because in all but name, that's what it is. But can I just draw the officer's attention to some of the comments on security?
Councillor Amos, sorry, it isn't an HMO. We've made that very clear in the officer's report, very clear by the applicant. It is not. Thank you.
Well, Chair, that's how people see it. A hotel may be a hotel, but if it,
Hopefully, after they've read the report, listened to the officers, they will see that it's actually not. Thank you.
well, it may be their perception, Chair, that it is. They're entitled to a perception, and that's how they see it. This is why we've got 51 objections. Now, I'll finish my point, if I may. On security, this is what the police have said. I have reviewed the application. There is inadequate detail of security. As far as we can see, there is none. We're going to have it at some time in the future. This committee won't see that. It won't come back to this committee. As such, I am unable to complete a comprehensive assessment of the application. It talks about no proposed parking for residents. Well, that's a separate issue. And it goes on. The police, obviously, they're as ignorant as everybody else. Badly designed HMOs are prone to increased levels of crime and disorder. This is not an HMO, we're told. It's the next best thing. So again, we can assume there are concerns about the levels of crime and disorder. It then goes on about the gate. That's why I asked the question about the gate. Who's going to be in charge of it? What are the arrangements? It talks about cycle thefts as a result of the gate being left open. So what are these arrangements? We haven't had them. It talks about mail delivery, but we've already mentioned that. And then, of course, and the police themselves, Chair, go on to talk about, and they refer to, policing violence against women and girls. So whether we like it or not, there is concern about this. And these concerns need to be addressed in full, in detail, before we approve it. I know there's a mad rush from this council to approve this, because that is the plan. Just wave this through. And it's quite wrong. I want details, Chair, from the officer of the security arrangements. 51 objections.
So I think it was considered by officers at the time that the comments from West Mercia Police came through that actually there was some details set out within the management plan and the other supporting documents that perhaps the officer that commented hadn't seen in making those comments. I think Mark and Rosie have sought to clarify some aspects of the detailed security arrangements through supplementary statements. And also to pick up on the point about lighting previously, I was under the view that that would be covered by condition 7 because secured by design does cover security lighting requirements. So my view was that that is included as part of condition 7. And if you were to approve this today and that discharge of condition application were to come in, officers would ensure that details of security lighting are provided as part of that before they were to approve any condition discharge application. I don't know.
Follow up on that then, Chair, if I may. So is the officer saying that the police's comments are ill-informed because they haven't got all the information, and that is why they've raised these concerns?
There appeared to be some details which the police officer did not pick up on that were already submitted as part of the application, and anything further that they asked about was commented on in supplementary documents, and any other outstanding areas officers felt were adequately covered by condition 6 and 7, which relates to security and secured by design. So officers are confident that through any subsequent discharge of condition applications, all of any further details required on security can be provided as part of those before those conditions are approved.
But Chair, could the officer confirm then that this committee won't see those arrangements and those details? We haven't got them today. You're saying they will come at some stage in the future, which the committee here voting on this today won't know about.
Officers consider that there's sufficient detail available at today's committee meeting on security that councillors could be assured that appropriate security measures are going to be provided within the development. And I don't know if Paul's got anything further he wants to add.
Just to add to that, and through you, Chair, members, we do take residents' comments very seriously, and I think, as Councillor Amos correctly points out, this is a matter of concern. So, in terms of the conditions that you have before you, is the fact that we have the details to be submitted, but we're not just relying on the fact that officers will assess that. We've actually required a greater level of detail and scrutinisation, that they've got to go through condition 7, a level of accreditation by the police. So in terms of who is assessing the accreditation and the security measures, yes, there is details that are required in terms of the physical appearance and the way that they're done, but this scheme will have to go through that accreditation for secure by design. So that's not just officers dealing with it, and I appreciate members won't see that details. Members don't see details of conditions, and Councillor Amos is correct about that. But we're adding that level, that this isn't just council approving council's details, this is going for independent assessment by an accredited body that the council will receive a level that is at least a bronze from a secure by design. And that gives residents and members the security that this isn't just the council approving its own things, it's about an accreditation by an independent police body that will be able to do that, who is the best place to be able to advise on security.
Yeah, and this actually starts by saying prior to occupation, this has to be done as well. So it's not going to be sorted out after people are there. It's got to be done before anyone gets in the building. I've got Councillor Agar, please.
No, thank you. I think you've already dealt with that quite, clearly for us, and I hope that satisfied Councillor Amos. That accreditation is genuinely independent and very professional, and it's not something that we actually make that judgment on as a council. Sorry, are we going into the debate at this point? Well, in that case, may I just add one thing? I mean, Councillor Matt Lamb has mentioned the Armed Forces Covenant, and with my other hat on, it's probably worth my saying what that means in terms of housing. We do have a duty under the Covenant on housing issues towards our Armed Forces veterans, and what that duty is to remove any disadvantage as a result of their service. So what that really is levelling the playing field. It's not giving them an advantage, it's removing disadvantage as best we can. And I'm assured by the head of service that frontline housing staff have done that training, and they are very much aware of the Covenant requirement. There will be a further legal requirement of the Covenant by spring. There is new legislation going through Parliament as we speak, so it will be beefed up a bit. But there will be additional training just to ensure that we are all clear about it. I think it's probable that members could have training if you wished, but in the interim, if you want to ask me any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you want to Google the Armed Forces Covenant, it will take you straight to the Covenant website and you can get any detail you want. So I hope that's clarified it. I mean, the kind of disadvantages we're normally talking about is things like serious mental health or trauma, or possibly physical injury or something like that. But there are other disadvantages associated with service life, such as moving rather a lot, not being able to establish yourself in a particular area to fulfill the requirement for being having a local contact or that sort of thing. So that's really where the issues lie, roughly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Agar. I've got Councillor Kimberley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to express a note of disappointment. The minute that I saw the word HMO come up in this report, I had a feeling I knew what was going to happen, which is that we were going to be, as a committee, sucked into a vortex of conspiracy theories and scaremongering that swirls around this word. Let's be very clear about what this word means in a certain part of the public. This word is used as a byword for a place that keeps asylum seekers. That is just not the case, and that is not what we're discussing today. We have had the facts laid out to us very plainly by officers. They have been remarkably transparent with us. They have gone out of their way to supply all of the available information. Chair, I object to the idea that this committee should be used for party political purposes. We are here as a regulatory committee to discuss the facts of the case as they have been laid before us. I simply want us to be able to stay within the bounds of the facts as they have been presented to us. We have got in front of us a proposal which is important. You know, one of the very first cases which I ever helped a resident with was someone who was fated to go into temporary accommodation with her young family. It was a very distressing, very difficult time in her life. Applications like these will have a footprint on real people's lives, and I would like it if the debate could stay within those grounds, within those four corners. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn by expressing those feelings, but I just wanted to lay them out clearly and in plain English here. I think, I am looking at this. I am not seeing any particular specific grounds that would give me reason to think that this proposal will be insecure or that this will be a danger to the surrounding residents. I understand that the council officers will have been working round the clock to provide these details for the security of the property, which are emerging in front of us. Would I like to have more of those details in front of me here and now? Absolutely. But I trust our officers and I trust our process, and I do not believe for a second that the wool is being pulled over our eyes by officers. I believe it is being pulled over our eyes by conspiracy theories that have no place in a serious planning committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimberley. Councillor De Serra, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, it is, I think, unfortunate that HMO seems to be in the minds of most of the objectors, because that is not what it is. And in fact, it currently is, so therefore there is one less. They should be happy, really. I'd also like to say that it's so important that, I think it's so important that we support the council in meeting its obligations to house homeless people. They are these people who are able to go into this place, won't have to go into a B&B, which is, again, is far superior. It's also, of course, this is, when it comes to things like security, this is already a house that is occupied. I don't know if there have been a huge number of incidents security-wise in what the people who are currently living there, but I would find it hard to think that the provision of temporary accommodation for homeless people would make that in any way any worse, and I'd be minded to approve it.
Thank you, Councillor De Serra. I've got Councillor Udall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's fair to say I'm a bit on a horns of a dilemma here, because, like some of the previous speakers, on one hand, nobody who represents people who deals with homelessness on a regular basis could not support this application. What's being proposed on the housing basis on this facility is needed and is required. I see many homeless people, and I know consequently that this has a function and is needed. But on the other hand, as planning committee members, as housing statutory duty is not a consideration. What we are dealing with is a plan application which must be treated on its merits or otherwise. Overwhelmingly, I can see there are significant merits and there are very little grounds for refusal. However, as you may have heard during my questioning, I have got some very significant concerns about the consequences of this application on the highway network and on other neighbouring properties as a consequence of potential parking problems. I know from the people I've helped in homelessness situations that overwhelmingly they do have cars. Their car ownership is not associated with their need to be homeless. It's often a variety of different reasons which creates their homelessness. I am concerned about the impact it will have on the vet surgery, which has got a car park directly opposite, and I am concerned that this could have an impact commercially upon their business. I'm also concerned that there is very little on-street parking availability in the area, and the consequences of this, without the informal agreement which already exists with the university on its previous use, could see the consequences of displacement parking over a wide community. So even though I would like to support the application, at the moment I don't think I can, but I seek reassurances that we can enter into negotiations with alternative providers of parking provision, which would enable me to put my hand up in favour. Without that, I can't do so. Whether that means deferral to enable further negotiations and discussions, or whatever, so be it. But at the moment, I would find it very difficult to support this because of the consequences of parking problems and the displacement which it would cause and the harm that could cause to commercial and residential amenity in the area.
Through you, Chair, just in terms of clarification, and I think Councillor Udall set out his position very, very clearly. I have already given an answer in terms of the mechanisms. From an officer's point of view, I don't consider that, my professional opinion is that I don't consider that it's necessary to make the development acceptable. That's the balance that has been set out. And in terms of actually the requirements, it would be really difficult, if not impossible, to be legally correct, to be able to frame a condition that would be able to do what Councillor Udall is putting forward. You've had assurances from the applicant that they manage and look after a number of temporary accommodations within the City Council's jurisdiction, and that they make decisions on placements based upon those that present themselves. So the assurance that I think members have is that the council, as a due diligent authority that take care in terms of what they provide, will do that. We're not looking at a other provider, we're looking at the council, and that members have direct input into officers and those that are at service level, so that they can help with those arrangements should those become difficult. So today's decision is about the planning merits, and Councillor Udall's spot on with that. The one thing I think, if I can just add clarification on, in terms of those dimensions that you're considering in terms of the planning balance, the social element is one of them. So you can take into account weight in terms of our duty under the Homelessness Act and the Housing Act. That is something that you can take into account in terms of the weight to the social benefits of this application. So it's not something that we just discard, that we're just dealing with a straight planning application. There is a greater nuance than that. We are dealing with social benefits, and that is something that you can weigh. So if members do conclude that there is some harm, there's a balance to be able to, and looking at the other merits in the case, and whether the merits in that case, including the social benefits, outweigh any of the harms that might be identified. Hopefully that's helpful.
I've got Councillor Cross now, please.
Thank you, Chair. If members agree that the River Severn is an important ecological receptor in terms of light, temperature, in the way that along Plantation Drive in Warnden Villages we have red lights so that the bats are not affected, then the appropriate condition or the guidance to put in within a condition would be the Institute of Lighting Professionals Guidance Note 8. I mean, already Guidance Note 1 would presumably be included, which is about overspill, but Guidance Note 8 is especially about the ecology and receptors. I would urge members to ask that condition. Similarly, also with our obligations for active travel and encouraging non-car use, and if indeed residents are able to use bicycles and are encouraged to do so by their bikes not being wettened or bird muck. So a cover on cycle storage would be, in my view, very welcome, hopefully in yours as well. And we have heard that that's something that is within our gift to require through conditions. Massive social benefit to this scheme, a lot of thought and management already in place. I'm minded to support this and to ask for those two issues to be conditioned about lighting for ecological receptors, Guidance Note 08, and the cover of the cycle storage. So please indicate your support for that. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, if it's helpful and members wish to go and look at those additions as conditions, what I would suggest is that condition 6 is expanded to cover very specifically lighting, with details of lighting that include ecologically sensitive lighting where appropriate. And then in terms of cycle cover, condition 9 already requires that cycle parking is provided in accordance with details to be submitted. If members wish to be more specific, they could put that covered cycle parking has been provided. But that's entirely up to members as part of the debate.
I've got Councillor Rudge, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me that there's a slight misunderstanding in that the range of people that are being offered accommodation here is quite broad, and it is vulnerable people, young people leaving care, victims of domestic abuse. Goodness, if we can't, as a city, provide support for those people, then I think we need to ask ourselves some serious questions. I really welcome this application because I think at its heart, it's recognising that need. I was going to ask whether this should be for women only, but I'm not sure whether legally you can do that or not. I don't know, because obviously there are male victims of domestic abuse, etc. But nevertheless, it seems to me to be a fantastic opportunity for us to improve our ability to support people who are vulnerable. And anything that does that, I think, should be welcomed, albeit with those, some of the conditions outlined. And I think at its heart, this is a very good application, and I fully welcome it and support it.
Was that a proposal, Councillor Rudge?
Yes, yes, I would love to propose it.
The amended conditions.
Yes, I understand. I think that the cycling coverage is sensible. I'm not sure I fully understand the lighting, but I'm sure someone who does will be able to. I'm not sure that there is a lighting threat or a lighting concern, but if there is, and I've misunderstood that, then I would happily support that as well. Yeah.
Do any harm. We'll just park your proposal because I have got 3 other people who'd like to speak. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I am minded to support this due to the social benefit reasons that have been outlined. But I just want to clarify for my own purposes, because there seems to be some gaps in the planning history here. Because when you actually look at the planning history in point 5, I'm guessing that prior to 1973, this was one property, then it was divided into flats. How many flats in 1973, I'm not sure. But that seems to show that there's a history of more than 50 years of this property being used by multiple people. Now, I know we could argue that the number of cars that people tend to own has gone up enormously in that period. But clearly this has been a property that's been used by lots of people over a long period of time, and it's gone through lots of uses. And it's quite interesting because under 5.5 it says proposed change of use from guest house, but it doesn't actually say when it was made into a guest house, because in 1973 it was turned into flats. We don't know how many. Then there was this proposal for 6 self-contained flats which was refused. So when it was turned into a guest house, I don't know. And I can imagine, if I'm honest, when it was turned into a guest house, I bet there were objections then. When it was turned from a guest house to residential accommodation for students, because, you know, having been a councillor a long time, I know there's been lots of issues about students in the past. They've been scapegoats for various issues. So it'd be interesting to know whether there were any objections when it was turned into student accommodation. The same debates that we've had, yet it must have gone through a series of iterations of different planning permission sort of opportunities and committees, and it has been approved. So it'd be quite interesting, probably it's lost in the mists of time now, how many objections were lodged when it was turned into student accommodation in 2015 and when it was turned into a guest house at some point between 1973 and 2015. But the point is that this property, I mean, I've lived in St John's for 25 years. I know this property very, very well. It's right by a very good pub, the Wheatsheaf, and, you know, it's been there, it's been used, and I have to say, from my casual observation, it's not an area that has problems with parking, personally, having lived in this area for 25 years.
Thank you, Councillor Nam. I've got Councillor Ramos.
Thank you, Chair. We come back to this vexed problem of parking, as we always do when we see an application in or near the city centre. We add in the word sustainable, and I think what that means is a bus stop nearby. And so we've done again here. But can I just challenge Mr. Round on one point in his explanation for this? Because he did say, well, he made a comparison with his current use. But as I understand it, the current use doesn't really have a parking problem because the parking is catered for by the university. So that's the situation now. But the new situation as proposed is that there is no provision at all. That provision for the occupants by university lecturers and students, that's gone. New set of people coming in, but there is no provision. So there will be cars, people are going to have visitors, it's going to be deliveries, and all the rest of it. So Mr. Rounder, obviously, is a very intelligent person, as well as being very genial. So can he advise me where he thinks the parking is actually going to take place, in fact, in reality?
Through you, Chair, I'd like to say that Councillor Amos is very correct on some of the points that he's raised about me. But the answer to the question, I don't think it is necessary, because the answer that I've given previously to this committee is the fact that officers are content, as is the Highway Authority, that this does not require car parking. Now, I appreciate members may have a different view on that, and you have heard from the applicant that in terms of their provision and their the way that they allocate people to properties are based on their circumstances. This property has no car parking other than the existing arrangements which are understood. So in terms of where are people going to park, the position of officers is that there will be no requirement for parking. Where there is needed for parking, they will park in a legitimate way where it is legally able to do so.
I've got Councillor Agar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the social benefits are clearly massive. They're enormous to this. And let's bear in mind that the social benefits are one of the sustainability objectives of planning. It really is something that we must consider as a material consideration, and in my view, it's the overriding one here. We have heard from Ms Badham that there will be a welcome pack and an induction session for residents, so that they will be fully informed of what's available in the local area, including active travel, no doubt, and certainly any transport that's available. And I also welcome the amendments to conditions 6 and 9, and I'm happy to second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Agar. Paul, could you just clarify the amendments, please?
I'm happy to do so, Chair. The amendments as proposed were to details of security, which will include in condition 6, which there will be an addition of lighting that is ecologically sensitive. And then in condition 9, the addition of the word covered should not be brought into use until the cycle parking has been provided in a the covered cycle parking has been provided in accordance with details to be submitted to.
And Councillor Rudge and Councillor Agar, you're both happy with that? Thank you. Yeah. Great, because you haven't yet.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that many of the concerns that were raised, they did express understanding that this is meeting a need of vulnerable people, and I think people were genuine in those concerns. And the question was, is this the best place to meet that need? And that's what we've been discussing today. And I've listened very carefully to some of the answers that we've had from officers. I feel reassured on all the points that have been raised and the concerns that have been raised, and I really hope that residents, listening to this will feel reassured as well. And let's hope things, would work out well. I just wanted to say on the parking issue, bed and breakfast, there would have been lots of cars. University, okay, they had a particular agreement potentially, but whatever we do with this building, it's going to involve cars. So if we are going to say we're not happy with that, we're going to reject that on that grounds, potentially we're turning it into a derelict building that can never be used for anything. So I think we just need to bear that in mind. I don't think anybody wants that with this fine building. So, and it could well be that the proposed use today is the one that actually possibly carries the least car parking burden of all the kind of outcomes that this building could have. So I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kinsley. I mean, one thing I wanted to say, of course, I mean, we've got to remember this is a locally listed building, and actually it's really important that locally listed buildings are maintained. Saw that on the photographs, some of the render looks a bit poor, the windows need replacing, they're in poor condition. I presume that has some weight to it as well, Paul? Yeah. Councillor Cross, you had one last thing?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just clarification regarding condition 6. It's the reference to the Industry of Lighting Professionals guidance notes 08 relating to light temperature and guidance note 01, which are proper industry things. In GN 08, it says, for example, when considering how bats move through the landscape, artificial lighting at night has been shown to be particularly harmful along river corridors, near woodland edges and hedgerows. So this is pertinent, and this is very useful guidance that has been used in other applications as well, thinking along Plantation Drive, and I would welcome that wording be accepted to be included, that reference of the Institute of Lighting Professionals, GN 08 and GN 01, to be within the condition 6, please.
Do I have anyone else who'd like to speak? I think everyone's had the chance to. No? Okay. I'd like to thank the officers for coming along. I think having the Housing and Homelessness Service Manager here was so important, and the fact that the detail of the scheme was explained to us so clearly, and that also Mark answered some really good questions about the building, so thank you. Are we ready to vote? Yes. Okay. Can I see all hands in favour, please? Okay. Against? Wow. And absence? Yeah, one. Okay, that has carried. We're going to take a little break now because that did take quite a while. Because some of the toilets aren't available, we're going to make it 15 minutes because there are less toilets. Okay, so if we can come back please at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody. We're going to move to agenda item 10 now, which is the Worcester City Museum and Art Gallery. And our officer is Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So agenda item 10 concerns the application for listed building consent at Worcester City Museum and Art Gallery, application reference 26/00440/LB. Listed building consent is sought for internal alterations to galleries on the first floor, including wall panelling, replacement air conditioning units in galleries 5, 6 and 7, a new store cupboard, new frameless glass doors to gallery 6, and new air conditioning units to the main art gallery and watercolour gallery. The site contains Worcester City Art Gallery and Museum, which is situated on the first floor of the property, which is a Grade 2 star listed building and a prominent civic landmark within the Foregate Street and the Tithing Conservation Area, occupying a key position on Foregate Street. The building dates to 1896 and is constructed of red brick with terracotta dressings and stone detailing. Originally built to accommodate the city's art gallery and museum collections, the building continues to fulfil its cultural purpose, housing collections relating to the fine arts, archaeology, natural history and the history of Worcester. Officer site visit photographs are shown on the following slides. This is a photo of the front of the building facing onto Foregate Street. The next slide shows the existing and proposed location of the external air conditioning units, which are located on the roof, set back from the parapet wall, as indicated by the red arrow. The next slide shows the existing and proposed location. This photograph actually shows the building in the street scene context with the Grade 2 star listed Shire Hall and the Grade 2 listed statue of Queen Victoria to the north of the site. This slide shows the proposed internal elevations. Historic England have advised that the lining of gallery walls is a well-established approach to providing a sacrificial surface for changing exhibitions requiring different fixings. This approach is already established in the building. The application drawings include skirting details to provide continuity and decorative detail in the spaces. It's also proposed to line the walls with MDF panels painted white with stained softwood skirting to provide fixing areas for art. This system echoes that employed in Gallery 4, adjacent to the main art gallery, using MDF panels to fix to walls on battens with a deep decorative skirting detail and intermediate dado rail. The dado rail detail will not be copied to enable more variety of hanging artwork at lower levels. The panels rise to the height of the springing level of the arched door openings. This ensures the full detail of the door openings. Decorative surrounds can be seen. The proposal will facilitate the continuing use of the space to exhibit the permanent art collection in line with its intended purpose and is an acceptable approach. This next slide shows the proposed internal and part of the first floor plan of the main art gallery and watercolour gallery. This next slide shows the first floor plan of the remaining gallery areas comprising galleries 5, 6 and 7, along with the new store cupboard indicated to the right of the drawing. The next slide shows some photographs of the inside of the first floor museum and gallery areas where the proposed works are to take place. This image is taken standing within the watercolour gallery looking toward the main art gallery. As can be seen from the photographs, there are existing vents associated with the existing air conditioning to the building. This image is of the main art gallery. This is the view from Gallery 5 to Gallery 6, where the new glazed doors would be installed. The frameless glass doors proposed to enclose Gallery 6 will mimic the existing glass doors leading into Gallery 1. Impact is minimal as the glass doors and frames are frameless and fixed minimally within the door opening, ensuring limited impact on fabric. This is another image from within Gallery 6, looking toward Gallery 7, where a second set of glazed doors would be installed. Elsewhere, the removal of redundant surfaces, cabling and associated infrastructure, and the reinstatement of architectural detail in leaded lights is a welcome way of better revealing significance in the process. The proposal to remove existing superfluous wall heaters and associated paraphernalia represents an enhancement to the space and is welcomed. This image shows an existing heater within Gallery 6, which is to be removed as part of the proposals. This image shows an example of existing air conditioning unit within the building. To the top of the image. This shows a view from within Gallery 7. This slide shows the existing high-level windows within Gallery 7, two of which have existing fans stored within them. The removal of the existing extract fans in the north windows of Gallery 7 and the reinstatement of the leaded light glazed panels to match the original still in situ represents a positive heritage improvement and is welcomed. A condition is attached requiring further details of the design and materials. The final image shows the proposed location of the new store cupboard. The proposed construction of a store cupboard within the southwest corner of Gallery 7 is designed with a similar approach to the store cupboard in Gallery 4. There are no objections in conservation and design terms to the inclusion of a store cupboard in this location. This slide shows the proposed roof plan in terms of where the proposed air conditioning units are to be situated on the flat roof area behind the parapet wall and glazed roof lantern. There are existing air conditioning units in these locations which are not visible from the public realm. It is proposed to remove the existing air conditioning units and all associated wiring and ducting and install new air conditioning units in the same location. The replacement air conditioning units will replace older, bulkier units, and the new units are fixed to walls and are of a much slimmer design. Pipe runs will utilise existing exit points through the roof, ensuring existing fabric is not disturbed, and ducting will run across the top of the new panelling, all painted white to harmonise with the background wall colour. The air conditioning units will utilise the existing bracketry, ensuring historic fabric is not disturbed. This slide shows details of the existing and proposed air conditioning units, showing at the top the different types of units proposed, along with the photographs of the existing air conditioning units below. This slide shows details of an aerial image, which shows where the existing air conditioning units are, as denoted by the red arrow. They can be seen behind the roof lantern and behind the parapet, fairly well concealed in the surroundings, and in particular not visible from Foregate Street. The following slides show a couple of images of existing air conditioning units and vents on another part of the roof. So the proposal provides a number of positive opportunities for enhancement and enables the continued use of the space for public exhibitions. The plans include construction details that show the relationship to the existing fabric. Many of these changes would involve the removal and renewal of redundant surfaces, replacing units with those of a more discrete size and appearance. The majority of works are internal and relatively minor, with the only external works being the replacement of the air conditioning units on a small section of roof at first floor level, not easily visible from the public realm or neighbouring properties, being set back by the wall, behind the wall and the parapet. The proposed modifications to the space are welcomed, with minimal intervention into historic fabric and some positive heritage improvements in terms of reduced visual clutter, and the proposed reinstatement of the north windows to Gallery 7. All comments received as part of the consultation process have been considered, and overall the proposals would preserve the special architectural and historic interest of the listed building and would result in no harm to its significance. The works would also deliver heritage benefits as outlined and public benefits through sustaining the use of the space as a museum and art gallery and upgrading the air conditioning to provide an appropriate internal environment for visitors, staff and collections. Officers therefore recommend that the application is granted subject to conditions. And this concludes the officer presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Rebecca. We'll now move to the public speakers. We've got Philippa Tinsley, Head of Museums and Tourism at the City Council, and Mark Sherwood, Head of Property and Asset Management. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application forms part of a wider project which moves the Worcestershire Soldier display to the Commandery, which has come to this committee recently, and equips those old galleries in the Art Gallery Museum to display the city's important collection of fine art. At the moment, this collection is almost currently held in storage, and these plans will enable the local people to be able to access that important part of their heritage. Art Gallery Museum building was purpose-built, as the planning officer had said, in 1896 as a library, museum and art gallery, and it was intended at that point as a focus for knowledge and culture for the city. The funding from the building, interestingly, had come from the 1882 Worcester exhibition that took place at Shrub Hill, where essentially the great and the good of Worcestershire lent their treasures for display. The current Art Gallery Museum carries on that tradition of being accessible to local residents to enable to see great art on their doorstep. The old Worcestershire Soldier galleries that some committee members may remember were developed about 25 years ago, and at that point the space was really filled with display cases and the infrastructure for those cases. And this project gives the opportunity to open up those spaces to become visible galleries again, so that visitors can enjoy their architecture, the decoration, and those can be appreciated alongside the art and artefacts on display. So we've got several areas that the planning officer has just gone through, but to confirm the proposed lining to the walls, we do because it enables paintings to be rotated regularly without impacting on the historic fabric of the building itself. The storage cupboard and the frameless glass doors will enable us to use spaces flexibly so that we can have, say, talks, study groups, events, taking part in different spaces while still enabling access to the others. And then the air conditioning work is, at the moment, obviously both visitors, I mean, we're all finding it in historic building now, aren't we? Both visitors and paintings struggle when we've got prolonged periods of heat. And unfortunately, their beautiful terracotta building is very good at retaining heat. When we borrow paintings from national galleries or other collectors, we sign up to contracts that mean we ensure that the gallery space meets strict temperature and humidity requirements. And at the moment, for us to be able to do that, we have to use a lot of portable humidifiers, dehumidifiers and air purifiers to meet those requirements. So the proposed air conditioning units, which will also be able to heat the spaces, are a much more efficient way to be able to both heat and cool the galleries, allowing those older units to be removed and to reduce the amount of portable units that we're currently using. They'll be supported with fans within the gallery spaces as well, which circulate the cooled and heated air so that it's using minimal units in order to maximise the benefits that we get out of them.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Do I have any questions, please? Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's an interesting, exciting proposal. I just wondered, with the changes coming in, is there any view of how much of a saving might be achieved by making these changes? And I don't think I saw any solar panels around. Is that something that was considered, or are they already in place and I haven't seen them?
We have had studies done on energy efficiency on the building, and I mean solar panels is always a suggestion. We are in progress of doing a complete sort of audit and survey of our assets completely with regard to solar. So it will be something we'll be considering, but it's not part of this application at the moment.
And the first question?
As far as energy efficiency, we haven't done any calculations, I'm afraid, yet, but that will be rolled into the work that's done as part of the wider planning. that Mark's just mentioned.
Councillor Udall, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm tempted to ask about car parking, but I won't. What's being proposed, I think, is marvellous, and it will certainly improve the facilities at the museum and art gallery, and it's something to be congratulated. But I have got one question, which is about the impact the changes will have actually on the reef itself. Out of sight, but not out of mind, is my concern at the moment, because from memory, the reef does have some architectural importance, and some important parts of it are worthy of protection. I'm just seeking clarification about the changes which are being proposed will not give any damage to that architectural importance on the reef, even though it can't be seen from the street scene.
Firstly, we've got the condensers located on the roof, which was highlighted by the planning officer, and those are the ones that we will be replacing on a like-for-like basis. So they're going in the same location and actually using the same bracketing system as well. So there will be no further change on that.
I've got Councillor Kinsley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about the proposed store in Gallery 7. There's a photo of where it's going to go. It's a very tall room with some very elegant sort of cornicing around the top, and I was looking at that thinking, how are you going to make sure that the store doesn't stand out as a bit of a unsightly sort of block in that corner? How's it going to be integrated with the current architectural features in that room? Thank you.
There have been, as part of the application, some details submitted, so there's sections through there, and it does mimic the sort of architectural details from that, so it's not literally going to be sort of a box in the corner.
I've got Councillor Agar, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, my question is a bit related to what Councillor Kinnersley was saying. There is a sacrificial wall, which is absolutely essential if you're going to hang paintings. I note that downstairs there's the marvellous Art Deco roundel. I can't recall all of the wall details upstairs. Are we actually covering anything that might look interesting there?
So the intention is that we run the walls high enough that they go online with where the detailing goes around the doors. So they stop at a place that makes sense visually as you get to the decoration around the doors, but they allow that decoration around the doors to be visible and to be framed essentially by the lining.
Thank you.
I've got Councillor Cross.
Thank you. Again, another really impressive piece of work proposed here, and for really laudable goals as well. And so my question really was about the energy efficiency, which I think you've responded to. Just wondering sort of when the timescales are for that to be done, because obviously if we're adding more heating, cooling capacity, the building's energy, thermal performance comes into question, and air tightness and ventilation strategy as well, which I guess is largely determined by your contracts with the lenders of artwork, but just wanting to hear about the timescales of when this energy efficiency might be done in this location. Thank you.
Timescales on that are still in discussion at the moment, but I envisage we'll probably be looking for something towards the end of this year. I would also just point out that you've seen the photos of the existing heaters and the air conditioning units. They are quite old, so energy efficient wise, the new units that we're putting in are going to be a lot more efficient. Also, the fact that we are using more slimline units that offer air conditioning and heating, so they're dual units. So we're not duplicating on that.
Do I have any other questions? No? No? Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much. Have we got any questions for officers, please? No? Would anybody like to start a debate? Councillor Kimbley, go.
Thank you very much, Chair. I fear we've been presented with an impossible task of finding lots to say about what is, at the face of it, a very solid proposal. You know, what we've got in front of us is a very responsible, very sensitive and very minor set of changes, but ones which will nonetheless improve the amenities of the space. You know, I struggle to see any reason that we would have difficulty with it, and I look forward, if the opportunity comes up to propose it, I look forward to doing so. Thank you.
Great. Noted, thank you, Councillor Kimberley. I've got Councillor Udall now. Thank you.
Very similar to what's just been said. I struggle to find anything to say about this other than what I said about the roof. I fully support the proposal which is in front of us. I can find no reasons to object or oppose because there are no reasons to object or oppose, and I'm more than happy to support this as an application which is before us.
Okay, so that would be seconding. Yeah. I've got Councillor Agar.
Thank you, Chair. I yield to no one in my admiration, really, of our museums and art gallery service. And I love this building, you know, it's a wonderful, iconic building in the centre of our city. I used to pass it every day on my way to work, you know, so it would get a kind of an affectionate nod on the way by. I'm delighted to see that it's being made suitable for a modern art gallery and museum use, because we do need careful climate control, you know, and decent walls on which to hang paintings. So this has got to make it fit for the future in so many ways. So I'm delighted to see this come forward, and I fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor Agar. And I think you're absolutely right. I think, you know, it's the city's art gallery, and for us to have a suitable space for, you know, nationally important exhibitions, you know, it's really important for the culture and for our residents. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just to carry on the love in. Yeah, I really want to really want to support this. I feel very passionate about this. I mean, I spend a lot of my time in art galleries when I'm on holiday. And one of the things about Worcester is I don't think we appreciate quite how big the city's art collection is. We have a wonderfully extensive collection of art which belongs to this city, but we've always had a very limited space in which to show it, which has always been very disappointing. So I think what this does, it's almost a companion piece to obviously what you discussed previously about the Worcester Soldier, because now I think the Museum of the Worcestershire Soldier will have the space and focus that it deserves when it's moved to the Commandery, and these changes to the Art Gallery and Museum will ensure that the city's art collection will be displayed in all its glory. So I really do passionately support this. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful change and a wonderful improvement to the city.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. I can hear your excitement. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just echoing comments from before, noting that the Conservation Officer has nothing negative to say about this, and in terms of a listed building application and consideration thereof, one of the best ways to preserve a listed building or heritage asset is to make sure it's usable, is used and is relevant, and this is doing all three and is providing benefit, better access for residents to a wider range of art and some good quality art. So very happy to support this.
Okay, Councillor Amos.
Chair, thank you. I've got nothing to say, so I won't say it.
Sorry, we'll move on to item 8, 56 Woodstock Road, and this is Laura. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 8 relates to a full planning application for the change of use of number 56 Woodstock Road, which is currently a use class C4 HMO with 6 bedrooms, to a sui generis HMO property with 8 bedrooms. In order to create the additional bedrooms, 2 existing storerooms within the property are proposed to be converted into bedrooms, one on the ground floor and one on the first floor. The application has been referred to committee at the request of Councillor Udall, following concern regarding overdevelopment and concerns about traffic and parking and the impact on the local community. Location plan here with the application site outlined in red. The site is located within an established residential area. Now Google Earth satellite view. Concerns have been raised during the course of the application in relation to over-concentration of HMOs within the street and the St John's area in general. And the property, as the property is an existing HMO and no new HMO use is created, the considerations regarding the 10% limit on HMOs in a 100-metre radius set out within policy SWDPR 18 do not apply in this case. Now moving to some site photographs. Some here, front elevation and street scene. Sited as semi-detached property along with another of the semi-detached properties within the street scene itself. There's also a number of street trees, including one to the frontage of the site. The dwelling has a large block paved front drive which could accommodate up to 4 cars. There are single yellow line restrictions on both sides of the carriageway. These restrict parking Monday to Friday between 11 AM and 3 PM only. Properties in this location benefit from in-curtilage parking, and there is on-street parking availability outside of those restrictive times along the length of Woodstock Road. Now moving to the rear garden. The site has a relatively large rear garden with approximately 153 square metres. This does fall marginally short of the 160 square metres recommended for an 8-bedroom dwelling within the extensions and alterations to dwelling houses SPD. It is nevertheless considered the level of private outdoor amenity space is proportionate to the scale of the development and the property, particularly in an urban location such as this. Now moving to the floor plans with the ground floor at the top and first floor at the bottom of the slide. There is one proposed room, new bedroom, but each floor, and these are highlighted with the red. The new rooms would each share the existing upstairs bathroom, as the other existing rooms have en-suites. Now the existing and proposed site plans. Concerns have been raised in relation to parking and vehicular access at the site and the wider area in general. There is some recent planning history in the case of this application site under application 2400959 FUL, which also proposed the creation of the 2 additional HMO rooms and the change of use to a sui generis HMO. However, this application also included the creation of a new vehicular access on the frontage to facilitate further parking. This application was refused due to the proximity of the street tree that you may have seen on the photographs, as it was not demonstrated in the application that the access could be constructed in such a way which either did not harm the tree or fall short of the standards set out by the Highway Authority with regards to new vehicular openings. The refused application is subject to appeal and the appeal decision is awaited by the authority. In the case of this application, the Worcestershire County Council parking standards in the Streetscape Design Guide requires 4 vehicular parking spaces for an 8-bedroom HMO. Whilst the driveway can accommodate 4 cars with some vehicle manoeuvring, only 3 can be easily accessed. The Highway Authority have been consulted and have raised no objections, as they have advised that the level of parking stress would need to be high in order to meet the threshold of a severe impact on the local network. In addition, the analysis of the data available to highways shows that there is no personal injury collision data within this location. The proposed development does not comply with the Streetscape Design Guide. However, the shortfall in parking alone is unlikely to be sufficient grounds to maintain an objection at appeal. The 6-bedroom HMO is operational with no evidence of existing harm. It would be challenging to argue that 2 additional occupants would result in a severe parking pressures, particularly as car ownership levels within HMO accommodation is typically lower. As such, whilst the concerns raised have been considered in detail and the shortfall of 1 space is not ideal, it is not considered that there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate that the proposals would result in an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impact on the road network would be severe and as such would not reach the threshold for a refusal under the requirements of paragraph 116 of the MPPF. With regard to cycle parking, there is also a new proposed cycle store for 8 bicycles located in the rear garden, as can be seen on the plan. The proposed cycle parking is towards the end of the rear garden. Officers consider that this is not necessarily ideal, as it would require occupants to access the end of the rear garden to store and retrieve bicycles. A revised arrangement locating the cycle store closer to the dwelling was requested by officers, however it is not forthcoming, but notwithstanding this limitation, it's not considered that the proposed location of the cycle parking would result in such a significant adverse impact on the living occupiers' conditions to warrant a refusal of the application in this regard. There's also no cycle storage as existing, so the proposals do provide an overall betterment to the existing occupiers in this regard. The concerns raised through third-party concerns regarding over-concentration of HMOs, parking and highway safety, impact on neighbours, refuse, drainage, pressure on local infrastructure, pollution, crime and antisocial behaviour and the loss of family housing have been clearly and carefully considered throughout the officer report. However, subject to the recommended planning conditions set out in section 9 of this report, including the submission of a HMO management plan, this would require details to be submitted of how complaints from neighbouring residents would be resolved, details of how noise levels are controlled, and details of how antisocial behaviour would be controlled, along with details of management of refuse on the site, including measures put in place ensuring that refuse bins and recycling are moved to the rear garden after collection days. A condition for the provision of cycle parking and also a condition restricting the creation of any other HMO rooms other than the 8 occupants proposed, the 8 rooms proposed. It's considered that the proposal therefore would not result in unacceptable harm to the impact of neighbouring amenity, highway safety or the overall operation of the highway network. Officers therefore consider that proposals comply with policies SWDPR 6, 16, 18, 28 and 29 and 39 of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review 2026. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got Ho Lim Young, who is the agent and an architect for the applicant. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I would like to start by emphasising that the existing property is already a fully licensed 6-bedroom HMO, and this proposal is not a new HMO and does not create an additional HMO to the area. Oh, of course, yeah. This proposal is simply to convert 2 spare storage rooms into bedrooms. This would consider to be effective use in otherwise vacant spaces in potentially reducing the need of another HMO in the area. There will be no building extensions to the property, therefore it has minimal disruptions from any building work and the overall appearance remained unchanged. Even without any new extensions, the spaces within the property can comfortably provide high quality living accommodations to meet the Council's HMO standards. These applications followed a previous refusal and we responded by removing the concerning drop curb entirely. We recognise there is a shortfall of 1 visitor parking space in the scheme and this has not been ignored, as the site benefits from multiple car parks available in the St John University campus, which includes long-term parking, as well as nearby on-street parking. The site is also in a sustainable location with public facilities on Albury Road in terms of local buses, cycle routes, a community bike scheme, or in walking distances, and this would align with the Council's objectives in the active travel plan. The Highway Authority has assessed the site in full and confirming that 3 cars can be accommodated on the driveway and raised no objection. It found no personal injury collision evidence and concluded that the limited increase would not create an unacceptable impact on road safety and the road network. We accept the recommended conditions requiring the spaces to be marked out clearly on the driveway. We accept the condition limiting the property to 8 bedrooms and the conditions securing cycle storage and an HMO management plan covering complaints, noise, antisocial behaviour and waste. The management arrangement will include a name contact, out of hours reporting, a complaint logbook and waste management. We understand the concerns expressed by the neighbours, and the planning question in this application is whether the minor increase of 2 bedrooms in an existing HMO would cause significant impact to the surrounding area. We agreed with the planning officer and the highway authority that they have identified no unacceptable impacts that cannot be controlled by planning condition. Therefore, we respectfully ask the committee to follow the officer's recommendations and allow this application. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have any questions, please? Councillor Udall, then Councillor Kimberley.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, I have some questions, and I've got 3, and if I may, I'll ask them all in one go, so I don't have to keep on coming back. First of all, can you confirm when this property was first constructed in the 1930s, it was actually a 3-bedroom semi-detached house, and we're now talking about an 8-bedroom property, which is just confirming the historical nature of the situation. The second question is the clarification about the number of car parking spaces on a site. You're seeking 3 spaces, even though the county are really saying that there should be 4. And I would be grateful if you could expand more fully on how the 3 spaces can be accommodated when they couldn't previously. And the issue about the tree which blocked access. Clearly trees grow and expand, a bit like me, and they don't contract like me. Are we taking that into account in your plans, that the tree will eventually grow and may block future access? Where will, if we're having 3 spaces, where will the other 5 residents' cars be parked? And my final question, you're removing storage facilities in the property in order to accommodate the extra bedroom. Are we expecting to see further storage facilities being established in the form of sheds or outbuildings in the rear garden to accommodate the storage which is being lost?
Thank you for that. I'll go through back to front on the questions. So for the storage itself, the actual bedroom size is actually quite generous and quite spacious. So sorry.
I can hear.
Re-emphasize the bedroom. Each bedroom itself is actually quite generous and over exceeds the HMO minimum space standard, so almost double in some cases. So within the bedroom themselves, they will have enough storage for their own for each occupancy. But in terms of extra storage, at the moment it's used as a storage for the landlord to store materials really, and so these can be relocated to somewhere else within the applicant's control. So
no plans to erect a shed or anything?
No, not at the moment. It's only for the cycle storage, yeah. So that's the first one. Second one is the tree, whether that will grow bigger. So for the previous application, we did have a tree survey done, and itself is actually quite an kind of medium-sized tree already, and it's already grown full size in a way. I get it that the tree will still grow, but itself is not blocking the access and there's distance enough from the access for it to prevent any blocking. If that makes sense to you. Third case is the clarification on the parking spaces, on the 4 spaces. So within the parking guides, the 4 spaces that within parking guides are included, including visitor spaces. And so within the 4 ones, so you get possibly 1 visitor space. So we are arguing on our proposal that we can accommodate the 3 that is permanent there, and 1 space is for the visitor space. And so, and this parking as well can be accommodated by the nearby park areas in Worcester University car parking, and also nearby on-street parking, if that's relevant. And the last point is the history of the property. That itself, I can't, unfortunately, I can't confirm that, because that would be looking through building history all the way back to 1930s, as you say. And I believe there was an application, I want to say 50s. I think there was planning history there that they changed to build the extensions then. So the extension itself, what you see at the moment, were built a long time ago. So I hope that answered the questions. Yeah.
I've got Councillor Kimberley.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got really one main question. I mean, it will not be a surprise to colleagues in the room that I'm a big fan of bins and anything sort of bin related. As such, it would be remiss if I didn't ask a little bit about sort of the waste management plan that goes with this property. I've seen concerns raised within the report that there is a problem with waste and refuse collection, and really I'd like just to hear a little bit more about how that is to be addressed, particularly if the number of occupants is going up and the number of rooms is going up from 6 to 8. I just appreciate a little bit of clarity on that important issue. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. So for the bins, so within the tenancy agreement, there will be expectation of the occupancy to meet the waste management plan. And there's not normally a notice board at the inside the properties highlighting when the bins get collected, what bins are collected, and where the bins could be located. And I mean, I spoke with the applicants on this, and we're happy to provide more signage so people are clearly aware where it is and where they should put it. And that could be added to a condition if you would like to see that. And so just a general signage on the front of the property on the side, and that should be suffice.
Sorry, just to very quickly follow up. Are there any capacity issues with the size of the bins or the provision of bins at the property at this moment in time?
At this moment in time, there's no report from the applicants that there is an issue, because there are quite a few spaces in front of the driveway, as you can see, for the bins. And I think we've shown 2 brown bins and 2 green bins at the moment, and I think that would meet the council's requirements for that size of the unit. If it's not, then we will add more bins to it. And yeah.
I've got Councillor Amos, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just 2 questions, if I may. The management plan, I know it's condition 6, but that won't come back to this committee, so personally I would like to know what the details of that are on the management plan. And secondly, we're talking 2 extra bedrooms here, that's 4 extra people. How does that work with the same number of bathrooms, toilets and kitchen facilities? In other words, quite a lot of extra people potentially, but no extra facilities.
I would like to clarify first that this the property is being let as a single occupancy per room, so there won't be 2 people in the bedroom per bedroom. So it will be just be 8 people in total. So in terms of facilities, most of the bedroom has ensuite already, and the 2 of them are being supplied. There is a bathroom. I think it's on the first floor that they can use. So and also the HMO standards requirements does specify that the amount of facilities on site will need to meet the amount of people in the HMO properties, and this property will meet that, will meet the requirements. So. Is that
follow-up, Chair?
Yeah, go on.
If I may. So when it was built then, 6-bedroom HMO, the kitchen and bathroom and toilet facilities were sufficiently elastic, they could take more people. They were built extra so they could take more people.
Not necessarily. I think because the existing building is kind of oversized, where the kitchen and living area are fairly big, fairly spacious in itself. So it wasn't designed that way. It was the property allows us to meet up to 8 people in a way. So that's why the spare bedroom we asked it to reach out to use it as a bedroom too, because it can accommodate as it is as a bedroom as the HMO property. So is that clear? Sorry.
I've got Councillor Sarah, please. Thank you, Chair. I was just really wondering, why is it that you're coming now to increase, to add these 2 extra bedrooms? So the storage space, storage room that you have, I mean, it sounds the way in which everybody else is sort of living in this property, that's quite a luxurious waste of space from your view, I guess, you know, and it's not right now a bedroom. So why was it never a bedroom before? And a similar question for the one on the first floor.
Why was it never a bedroom before? Because the licensing wouldn't allow it to be a bedroom. The HMO license we have is, it's only 6 bedrooms. So. Yeah.
I've got Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a little hard to hear in this room. Did you say that you will be adding more bins for definite? I assume there are 2 there. Two black bins and 1 recycling. Is that right?
I think there's 2 recycling. I mean, we will meet the council's guidance on amounts the bins in there. If we are below the threshold, then we will add more bins. So it's subject to the council requirements, really.
Thank you. And did you also say that the storage rooms at present are only used by the landlord and are not accessible to tenants, to residents?
That's right.
Correct, excellent. And that with the parking, just wanted to clarify that currently 3 cars can enter and exit independently without the other cars having to be moved and without affecting the tree that's there. Is that right?
I mean, there will be needing some correlation between the occupants, and I think I guess depends how big your car is, isn't it? And I mean, at the moment, there's independently you can move with 2, with the first space having to manage between the users, and the highway officer accepted this arrangement. So.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure I understood correctly. So there's at the moment there's space for 2 cars to move independently, but there'll be a bit of negotiation needed about the 3rd one.
That's right.
And my closing point is relating to the cycle storage. Would you be amenable to that being moved nearer to the house?
You mean still within the garden or at the front?
Yep, within the garden, just as per paragraph 7.21 on page 32.
We can look at that if you would like to see move closer. Just because the amenity space, if you were to do that, you're cutting the spaces in half in effect. So the position at the moment is at the position that is useful enough for the garden to be used as a whole garden instead of part of the garden. So.
Thank you. So I understand at the moment it's at the far end of a long, thin, narrow garden. And I understand from a space perspective that makes sense. but from an incentive to use a bike, that to me sounds like a disincentive. So I'd be interested in exploring that further.
Okay, fair enough.
Councillor Kimberley?
Thank you, Chair. I've just been looking very closely at the sort of the diagrams of one of the floors, and it just struck me just to ask this question. It's perhaps a daft question, but it's just one that is worth asking. The other bedrooms in this property all appear to have their own self-contained en-suites as part of those rooms. However, looking at the plans here, it looks as though bedrooms 7 and 8 will not have that amenity. Is that an option that you've explored, or is that something which is just perhaps not reflected in the plans, or what is the situation there, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I see. There's no plans to add ensuite at the moment because there's already a bathroom facility for those 2 bedrooms. I guess if there's demand for it, there's probably an option to explore that route, but that will be up to the applicants for the future, really. I mean, the rooms are big enough. It's quite a sizable space, so I can't see why it can't happen. Just, yeah.
Councillor Amos?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Young did not answer my question about the management plan. I'd just like a few more details on that.
Sorry. Yeah. The management plan will obviously have the contact name and address, and that would be and in terms of it sets out the complaint procedures if there's ever a complaint, and that the management will be sent out to the immediate neighbours, so everyone's aware if there's any issue. It will be contactable for someone to contact to, and the management plan itself will highlight control of antisocial behaviours, which other ones? Noise, loud noises between certain hours, because that will tie into the tenancy agreement and the HMO licensing, where it's specified where they have a duty to, they have an obligation to be civil within the neighbourhood and not having too much effect on the nearby neighbours.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask, is there a management plan in place at the moment?
I believe so. Yeah, I haven't checked myself, but I think I believe so.
Sorry, could I just press Mr. Young a bit on that? You think so? I mean, there should be.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
answer should be a definite yes.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
But if it isn't, please tell me the truth. But I mean, I'm saying there should be a plan in,
yeah,
but,
exactly.
you're not sure that there is. That's my concern.
Unfortunately, I haven't checked personally. So, every HMO has within their license and the management plan in place in the property. So, I can say yes to that. So,
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, is that it for questions? Yep, thank you. If you'd like to step back. And I'll open the floor for questions of officers, please. Councillor Udall.
It wouldn't surprise me. It would surprise you if I wasn't the first to ask a question of officers, but I've got 3, I think. The issue of overdevelopment on the site, as I indicated in my question to the applicant, this was originally a 3-bedroom semi. It's now an 8-bedroomed HMO, or being applied for. When does it become overdevelopment? How do you define overdevelopment in such circumstances? Moving from a 3-bedroom semi-detached property to an 8-bedroomed HMO, in my view, is a substantial increase in development, and I'm just checking about when we can make that definition and whether it is or could be considered in a street of 3-bedroomed semi-detached houses, whether an 8-bedroomed property is out of character for the area. The issue of parking is an issue which obviously I'm going to be asking. We've heard that actually there will be free access for 2 vehicles on the site, and after negotiation, access for 3rd. I don't like the thought of negotiation because negotiations tend to break down. I'm not talking about kind of a Middle East kind of problem here, but there is going to be a potential issue of conflict between car drivers as they access. And when I asked where the further 5 vehicles from potential residents are going to park, we were told it would be on the highway. well, there's parking restrictions on the highway in Woodstock, Woodstock Road, and the nearest potential alternative is Windsor Avenue, where there's already a growing problem of parking problems and a request from residents for parking restrictions to be extended to that area because of the problems which are occurring as a result of growing problems of HMO car parking in Woodstock. So I'm seeking real reassurance about that we're not creating a problem for ourselves down the road. And the issue of storage does also concern me. The removal of large storage areas, which strangely enough look like potential future bedrooms when they were constructed. But the removal of those storage areas does concern me, and where the alternative provision will be. And I have visions of large-scale sheds appearing in the rear garden, so I'm seeking about assurances about permitted development restrictions to prevent the potential of high density of sheds and temporary buildings being erected to take up the slack where storage is being removed.
Through you, Chair, I think I've got everything. So in terms of overdevelopment, when we're talking about overdevelopment, development talks about buildings and it talks about construction. So in terms of an overdevelopment argument, we've got no construction before members tonight, this evening now. So in terms of the character of the surrounding area, the 3-bedroom and the extension, that was a matter when the property was extended, and that was a matter for consideration at that stage, and it was considered that it was appropriate in terms of the size and the scale of the building. And you'll see within the history that it was extension plus a granny annex, and that was considered to be appropriate at that time. Obviously, prior to the restrictions on the Article 4, it became a C4 use, which was quite within its rights within the permitted development. I think the phrase that, and I'm not putting words into your mouth, but rather than an overdevelopment, what the consideration is this an over-intensive use rather than over-development? From an officer's point of view, we don't believe it is. However, members may wish to consider not just a limit in terms of the bedrooms, which is considered within the conditions already. Members may recall that similar conversations and discussions have been had at previous committees where where councillors have chosen to not just have a limit on the number of bedrooms, but also the number of occupants. And that is something for you to consider if you feel that a sui generis use which doesn't have an upper limit in terms of number of occupants, whereas a C4 use does, it could be something based upon the circumstances, for instance, parking, amenity space, facilities, that you may wish to limit the number of occupants. So that is something that you may consider. In terms of car parking spaces, officers believe that we can get, well, that there is the ability to be able to get 3 cars on there. Yes, you can't get 3 in parallel, but you could get 1 in parallel and 2 on the diagonal without being obstructive. The space, if you measure the space out, there is space for 4 cars. Obviously, the street tree provides that difficulty. And covering off a question that you haven't asked, that you asked previously in terms of the tree, officers have that concern about the growth of the tree, hence the refusal reason that was put forward for the previous application, because that tree had not been taken into account as far as officers are concerned. I won't go into any more detail because the applicant and the council the applicant's gone to appeal, and that's a matter that's going through at the moment, so we don't want to discuss that any further in public. In terms of the limitations on street are 11 to 3. So what it does provide on-street parking during those times where residents may wish to return from work. So yes, there is a limitation, but there is also an open position to be able to park on street outside the times of 11 and 3. So for those residents who may have cars that they can't get on the car parking space, there are on-street parking. And I appreciate that, Councillor, you will know the parking pressures better than I do, perhaps, in terms of, as a ward member, you will understand that, but that opportunity is there to be able to park. In terms of storage, you've heard the applicant say that each room has its own storage facilities. However, should members wish to, there is the opportunity to be able to impose a condition restricting any further buildings without the requirement of planning permission, and that is in your gift should you feel that that's an appropriate thing to do based upon your considerations.
Back on what's been said, the issue of parking and the parking restrictions, we have to be aware that the main reason for the introduction of parking restrictions was because student cars, bear in mind we're a couple of hundred yards away from the university entrance, student cars were parked there all term and did not move and cause them obstruction. Alternative parking provision is in Windsor Avenue, and that is where that problem will be transferred to. So the cars are likely not to be gone away during the day for a working day. It's student housing, likely, and the consequences of that would be cars were parked there during the day.
I was just wondering whether we could clarify something, Paul. You know, for the HMO licensing, the sizes of rooms, it looks to me that double rooms have to be something like 10.22 metres squared, and it means that every single room here could potentially have 2 people in it. So, you know, what you're talking about limiting to 8, potentially that could be something I think I would be willing to consider. I don't know whether I'm seeing some nods, because that'd be 16 people in the house rather than 8 legally under the licensing for HMO minimum room sizes. Who did I have next? I'm sorry, I think I had you, Councillor Cross. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering when this house was first registered as an HMO, if that information is available, and secondly, whether we could condition that every room has an ensuite bathroom, whether that's within our gift. Because my reason for doing so, looking at the plans on page 25, it appears that the only bathrooms that the occupants of rooms 7, bed 7 and 8 could use are the ensuite rooms of other bedrooms.
No.
Oh, excuse me, so sorry. So there's one shed that's downstairs, sorry, upstairs. So bed 7 would have the hard luck of having to go up and down the stairs. Okay, so that answers that question. So scratch about conditioning the en-suites, except for possibly bed 7. Whether we could condition the cycle storage being moved nearer to the main building, because I think making cycle storage difficult disincentivises use of cycles, which worsens a parking problem.
Through you, Chair. In terms of requiring en-suites, that's beyond our gift, and as long as it meets the HMO requirements, that's as far as we can go. In terms of cycle storage, you will have heard within the officer's presentation that that was something that officers had concerns about as well, and tried to explore alternative locations. There is condition 5 provides that the shelter secure accessible cycle parking should be provided. If members wish to expand that condition so that details were provided in terms of location and requirements, that could be something that could be looked at, and then officers would take that away as part of the condition discharge with the applicant.
Thank you. I would love to have that in if everybody else agrees.
Councillor Kimberley.
Thank you. Just a very small, very particular question. If you play a game of Spot the Difference between the ground floor plans, you will note that bedroom 8, which was previously the storage room, on the proposed plan, it says obscured glazing at one point. I just wanted to establish that that is a change. It's a very small thing. If I've missed it, I've missed it. Thank you.
No.
Through you, Chair, I don't believe that has changed. I believe it's the existing arrangement. I think it's just added on there for just to provide that extra privacy for any neighbours.
Kinsley?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if we could have just further clarification over this issue of car parking numbers, because I'm confused. The previous application, which in every other respect I think was the same, was refused because it couldn't provide 4, but we still can't provide 4. So I don't understand why this is a possible even. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, the previous application wasn't refused on the basis that it couldn't provide 4 car parking spaces. It was the fact that the access that was proposed didn't meet the council standards, and also to be able to meet the council standards, it would have an impact on the street tree. That's the concerns that were raised. So whilst it was to be able to provide 4, the council's position was that to do that would compromise the street tree, but also wouldn't provide an access that was suitable in terms of the county standards.
So surely that means 4 isn't, that really doesn't help clarify things. I'm sorry if I'm being, we still can't provide 4 because the tree is still there.
Correct. The council's position has always been, from the county council's point of view, that 3 car parking spaces is adequate in this location. The applicant attempted to try and provide an additional drop curb to be able to provide 4. That was considered unacceptable in terms of the provision of the additional drop curb. The application before you proposes 3. What the advice from the county council is, and from your officers, is that that is adequate in this location to be able to deal with the number of rooms that are proposed.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up, if that's all right? So can I ask where we are? I mean, you referred to the appeal that's in place at the moment. No, okay, I can't ask for any. I'm just wondering how that stands in relation to our decision today.
Through you, the appeal is in the position that it has been submitted, it has been accepted by the Planning Inspectorate. We are I think we're at the point of provision of statements, and a decision will be made sometime in the future.
But different matter. I'm just looking at this, and I just cannot see how 8 people can survive in that building. Is it really, though, the living room and the kitchen, do they meet the space requirements for 8 people?
Through you, Chair, yes, they do.
Councillor Kinsley, I think you've got children at university, and I know that my children have gone to houses where there is no lounge provided because the lounge has been turned into a bedroom. So we've got a lounge and a kitchen. I know. I've got Councillor Rudge next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check with Officer Round, please, about his comment? I do try and follow these things carefully. And my understanding was that the suggestion was that we could limit the number of occupants. Could you just clarify that a little bit more? Do you mean we could say 7, for example? Or do you mean you could say 8, but maximum 8, and although these rooms are huge, they should only be single occupancy?
Through you, Chair, that's exactly what I'm saying, the latter part. It would be unreasonable and for the application to put forward an additional 2 bedrooms and a limitation to be put on for 5 occupants, for instance. You said 7, but that would be unreasonable. But what I am suggesting is that if members felt that the considerations allowed, they could be single occupancy rooms and a maximum of 8 persons, and that would be defined within the condition.
May I suggest that that is something we consider then? 8.
Sorry, Councillor Amos, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. First of all, could I just get absolute clarification from Mr. Round or whoever about the status of this application, bearing in mind the pending appeal and the previous application that was refused for 8. I just want to make sure that what we're saying and doing doesn't compromise our position on the appeal, because we have refused an application for 8. So first of all, could you just answer that one, Chair?
Through you, Chair. Officers wouldn't have brought the application if it was going to cause any compromisation. It doesn't compromise our position. The refusal was purely based upon the arrangements of the access and not the limitation in officers' terms in terms of the number of bedrooms.
Thank you, Chair. My second question is really to ask the officers why they think it's acceptable. Looking at the plan, there is one bathroom with toilet on the first floor, but nothing on the ground floor. Is that correct? Right. In that being the case, bearing in mind we're talking about an HMO, so they presumably most people could or would be strangers to each other. So are we saying then, and the officers are saying, that it's acceptable for people on the ground floor to go to use the bathroom and toilet upstairs in a house of complete strangers? It's not like a family house where usually the bathroom is upstairs and that isn't a problem. Because I maintain, Chair, that while Mr. Young said that it's one person per room, it could be 2. And I'm not asking to put a condition on it, Chair, because that condition is unenforceable. And the recent planning that Ms. Bartley-Smith put on for us made it clear that you should not put conditions on which are not enforceable. So whether there's 1 or 2 in these bedrooms, it's not conditionable. It's not enforceable. So bearing in mind that it could be 2 per room, why does Mr. Round think it's acceptable that people on the ground floor should go upstairs to use the bathroom facilities?
Through you, Chair. By nature of the house in multiple occupation, it is bedrooms with shared facilities. The luxury of this property is that it has en-suites. Not all HMOs that have been considered by this committee have that luxury. In terms of HMO standards, it does allow for shared bathrooms, it does allow for shared lounges, and it does allow for shared kitchens. So this is not unusual in that situation. And in terms of why it's considered to be acceptable, that's set out very clearly within the report. There was another question, and that's now escaped me.
Well, again, it comes back to the numbers. Because clearly, given we're going from 6 to 8, 8 is pretty high. My concern is, being a realist, that there could be 2 people per room. And my concern is that there's no point in conditioning that, because that condition is not enforceable. Therefore, we need to take that into account when we're considering 1 bathroom, possibly for 2 or even 4 people, because that's the reality. And nobody can tell me otherwise, Chair, because we can't condition it because it's not enforceable.
Through you, Chair, I do note your comment that nobody can tell you otherwise, so it's going to be very difficult for me to answer in a different position. But officers wouldn't have suggested that a condition was suitable unless it met the tests that members are very aware of. And we consider that it is enforceable. It is something that we work with the housing team on, that as part of the licence, that would be a requirement to maintain the planning permission. And it is something that we can very clearly investigate. If members were so concerned that they wanted, in terms of enforceability, part of that condition could be a register that is kept so that that is open for officers to inspect at any reasonable time. And those are the elements that we feel are enforceable. So I realise that you may have a different view on that, but that's my professional advice to this committee.
I've got Councillor Lamb, please.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick observation. You know, things have changed since I was a student, when there were 5 students and 1 bathroom. But what hasn't changed is students, and this property is going to be used exclusively by students of the University of Worcester, is that students have friends, they have boyfriends, they have girlfriends. I know it's not enforceable, but if you've got rooms, I bet you any money there will be more than 8 people in there, even if you put that as one of the rules, to be honest with you. I just, knowing what students are like, because I was one, and that's what I used to do, if I'm honest, and my friends used to do, in the same student household that I shared in Bristol.
Councillor Udall?
Well, it's virtually the same point. You know, we were all, well, most of us were students at some point or other, and I don't think we could possibly have a bedroom police which will go around to inspect how many people are living in particular bedrooms. Students will have boyfriends, girlfriends, and potentially more people staying with them in a single bedroom, and we will have no ability to enforce it. Consequently, we could be looking at a regular occurrence of 16 people residing in this bedroomed, previously 3-bedroomed house in Woodstock Road. That is totally, in my view, unacceptable, but I know we're going into the debate. So my question to the officer would be, how can we have a bedroom police to ensure that there is no more than 1 person sleeping at one time in each single bedroom?
Through you, Chair. I've provided an answer already, and what I don't want to do is duplicate that answer, because then it just appears in terms of the whole committee that I'm just repeating the same thing. So I appreciate if I can just refer you to the answer that I've already given, but just to add that there is a difference between visitors and occupants. We're not looking to control visitors. What we're trying to control is occupants. And there is the ability to be able to enforce that through things such as a register, for a requirement for the leases to be able to set out that they're single occupancies. But I appreciate members may have a different view on that. The officer's view is that that is enforceable. And I have a team of enforcement team to do exactly that. So I'm not going to label them the bedroom police, but I have a team of dedicated officers who will investigate any complaint that is made. We wouldn't have suggested the condition if we didn't feel it was fit.
And I think it's just a reminder to everybody, we have to consider the information that's been presented to us and not speculate on something different. I've got Councillor Agar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'm slightly appalled that we have rules on garden space, but we don't seem to have rules on how small you can make an HMO room. I seem to remember my student room was rather larger than this one, and certainly it was larger than room 7. It is, I mean, we're not living in Tokyo. It causes me problems, actually. Sorry?
The rooms are all above the minimum requirement sizes.
Yeah, well, they may be above the minimum requirement, but they're not very big, are they? No, it's just very difficult for me to feel that this is adequate for a human being, this room 7 in particular. The rest seems to work more or less, though I have to admit I wouldn't want to be on the bottom floor, sort of going up in my dressing gown to the bathroom on the next floor. I know that we did, as students, do that if we had to, but it's still not ideal, and I don't think the world's got any safer since then.
Yeah, Councillor Agar, room 7 is 11 point, well, I can't read that number actually, 8 metres squared. The minimum's like 10 point something, so it's, yeah. I've got Councillor De Serra, please.
I've assumed we've moved to the debate. Is that true? Yeah, okay. I will continue then. So I'm not a hater of HMOs, but I don't like this one. I don't like the fact that at the moment 6 bedrooms are served by a kitchen that is then going to have to magically expand to serve 8. And when you look at the lounge area, they couldn't all sit down together. And you know, we're being advised that it's okay, you can live that way. I'm not liking it at all. I also don't like the fact that there is no meaningful storage. For me, I'd like them to build a shed, because I think they might need some storage. You know, it's being taken away. Well, they don't have access to it. So everybody's living their whole lives within just a bedroom, and then have little room to move in the rest of the shared amenity space, because there'd be so many of them. Yeah, I'm not in favour of this plan.
Councillor Cross?
Thank you, Chair. We have quite a lot of conditions that have been discussed, and I would appreciate a sort of a summing up of what potential conditions we may add. So the ones that I've twigged are having the cycle store more accessible. Given the parking restriction out front, I might even suggest that the cycle storage be out front, which then maximises garden space. And I think that that could be beneficial, and I defer to the team to sort that through. So the single occupancy, I would absolutely support. There's been discussions about minimum sizes. For one person, I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the minimum room size is 6.51 metres squared for a one-person occupant and 10.22 for a couple. So I think, given these room sizes being over 10, that actually it makes a lot of sense to say a single occupancy. I think I understand that the generous room sizes with clever bed and storage configuration, people can do their own storage within that. I mean, we've seen student accommodation, particularly in purpose-built HMOs, where that each room is quite small, but the storage is quite neat, and it does work. It's not luxurious, but life certainly isn't at the moment for many people. Yeah, I'm not happy with the bathroom arrangements, but again, I'm aware there are many houses where the only bathroom is upstairs. Sure, that is in a family situation and setting. I'd be a lot more comfortable if, for example, if room 8, bed 8, were able to have an ensuite. I think that would help the occupant of bed 7, who could then perhaps have more guaranteed use of access to the bathroom of upstairs. Yeah, so all these lists of conditions, I'm losing count as to what conditions we can have here. So limit on numbers of people, and the cycle storage is what's on my radar. I'm sure there was one other as well that I've forgotten, but I'd welcome that part of discussion. I am struggling with this, and those conditions would help me.
Through you, Chair, just in terms of clarification on one particular point, based upon the communal lounge area alone, the standards in terms of the licence would only allow a maximum of 10 people within the property in any event. So in terms of duplicating, the standards would restrict that down to a maximum of 10 people. Obviously, the option, as we have discussed, potentially could restrict that further. Councillor Cross has talked about details of cycle parking. That has been accepted, that could be conditioned, and the removal in terms of storage is contained within the existing rooms, and that has been provided and clarified. And again, we have discussed the condition that would remove any rights to be able to construct outbuildings without requiring planning permission. I think that's where we've got to.
Councillor Kimberley.
Thank you, Chair. I have been listening to the debate intently and trying to sort of work out a position. It's a very, very tricky one. I mean, from my perspective, I share the reluctance of some colleagues, particularly around the size of bedrooms. But from my perspective, the lack of ensuite, that's a bit of a that is a difficult pill to swallow, I have to admit. I think if I were living in such a situation, I would appreciate very much having that kind of amenity. I think the problem that I'm running up against is that while I don't like the many aspects of this proposal, I don't feel that any of my misgivings comprise a planning objection, if that makes sense. And I think I can't see them as reasons to vote against it. They are reasons why I might not be happy, but we're here in our capacity as a regulatory committee, and I've already said something earlier today about that. You know, we're here in that role to interpret planning policy and planning rules, and I can't see at this moment in time that we have the evidence to say that there is a planning-based reason to say no to this. I do maintain that I think that the highways team may not have done us any favours here, because we've seen on many, many occasions that the evidence or the material they provide us is very thin. And I feel this may be one such case where where the parking arrangements for getting onto and off of this property safely, I particularly note the comment about this being a corner property. It's situated on something of a corner. I can see that being a potential risk, but I don't know whether that rises to the level of a planning consideration. And that is the rub from my perspective. I don't like it, but this is a committee that deals with technical details. I haven't seen the technical details that would say that there is a reason to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimberley. I think that's really useful because, you know, if we do refuse applications, we do need proper planning reasons. On page 29, the highways say that it would be challenging to argue that 2 additional occupants would result in severe parking pressures, particularly as car ownership levels associated with the occupiers of HMO are typically low. Accordingly, it is not clear that the Highway Authority would be able to demonstrate an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a severe impact on the local network in relation to national policy. So that's there. It's also spatially compliant, and our officers say it is compliant. So I've got Councillor Udall next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we're coming to the crux of the matter now. I would simply like a bit of clarification. Mr. Round correctly corrected me earlier on when I talked about overdevelopment of the use, and you can tell me I'm wrong frequently. When I said it was overdevelopment of the site, I think you said over-intensification of the site. I would like a little bit more detail about whether that can be used as a reason for justification for refusal. I do think there are reasons for refusal, despite what the County Highways Department have said about parking adequacy. There is a significant issue I see here of displacement of parking to neighbouring roads which are already under significant pressure from parking. I do believe there is an issue here of over-occupation. I made the reference earlier to bedroom police, but I think consequently that is something which we will have to look at because I know what students are like. I was one. There will be shared bedrooms and new relationships will blossom and people will move in together. And there is little the landlord or any of us can do anything about that, and that will happen, and we consequently could risk the issue of potentially 16 plus residents living in this property. The lack of storage is a concern, and I fear the consequences of providing extra storage, which would risk an abuse of permitted development rights. So I think there are grounds, I think, for refusal, and some which I would ask our officers to consider whether we could test it on appeal, because I'm quite confident this would go to appeal if we did refuse. And I would like to see it tested, because I think we have a duty to our residents to stand up for the issues which concern them in the area, and this property and this application is a concern locally, and I think we have a duty to listen to their concerns, and on their behalf I think we should reject this application.
Through you, Chair. I think just coming back to the original bit, and members will have heard the latter part of your comments in terms of the question in terms of intensification. Obviously, with any planning decision that is made, you need to be able to provide evidential position in terms of anything that you say. So if we're talking about overdevelopment, you have to say, what's the reasons, what's the knock-on impact of those? And it's the same with an over-intensification of a use. You have to be able to say that it has a result, a consequence that results in harm, and that harm needs to be identified through policy. So the fact of the number of occupants per se doesn't necessarily end up with intensification. It may be that members consider that the car parking elements, but what you have evidentially is that you have an adopted document that says there's 4 car parking spaces required for this type of development. What you have been advised is that there's 3. So, Councillor Udall, you're correct, there may be a displacement, but what you have to demonstrate is that that displacement of a single vehicle is going to cause a severe harm to the highway network. That's the evidential part you've got to do. And members will be aware that we have to do that, and should we go to appeal, we will have to do that in an evidential way, otherwise the council will be liable for costs. And I appreciate you understand that, and you also understand that the cost isn't a material consideration for you today, but that's just something to bear in mind. So I appreciate that, I think it's been said, it's not perfect. It's certainly not a perfect application, but officers are in a position that they can find no technical reason to be able to resist it. The space standards are such. We have given advice of how that could be refined in terms of some additional conditions. And again, members will be aware that should they find something unacceptable, they must first look at whether conditions can make that acceptable before they move towards a refusal position. I think that's where I've got to, but in terms of intensification, you've got to demonstrate, members, that there is a knock-on harm, and you've got to be able to demonstrate that harm in an evidential way.
I think I've got Councillor Amos now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't want to prolong the debate, just really some comments, I think. I mean, cumulatively, I can't think that many people in this room would actually think this is an application that should be approved. First of all, it doesn't comply with the highways policy, the design guide that I spent some time drawing up. And when we drew it up and said that a house of this size needs 4 spaces, that was for a reason. That was for a reason. It wasn't this needs 4 spaces, that needs 4 spaces, but we'll make an exception and only have 3. So goodness knows why they come up with that decision. Secondly, it doesn't meet even the minimum standards either for garden space. I think we haven't really mentioned this, but you know, if you keep adding on these things, you put more people into a building. They need space, they need green space as well. On weather like this, it's nice to be outside. It doesn't mean the minimum standards. So why have these standards? What's the point of having highways policy or garden standards policy when it's just ignored? Oh, well, it's below it, but it doesn't matter. It's only a bit, so that's okay. The rooms aren't en suite, unlike the others, so I would regard this as a kind of infill development. And my question to Mr. Young, this is still not built for anything like an 8-bedroom HMO. It was clearly built for 6-bedroom HMO. That's why the facilities in terms of the kitchen, the lounge and the bathroom are inadequate. It is not acceptable for strangers to go up a floor as if they want to go to the toilet or to the bathroom. So the word is over-intensive use of what we've got. And nobody's convinced me yet that there will not be 4 extra people in there. For all I know, there could already be 12 people in there at the moment, because we just don't know, and we will never know. So the point is, Chair, to conclude, is that when we have these HMOs, and then they come back for a bit more and a bit more, there must be a limit at some point. And I think this is it, frankly, with this. I think this is the limit, and we should say no.
I've got Councillor Rudge. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be slightly controversial because, to be honest, I think this accommodation for students is incredibly luxurious. The space of the bedrooms is phenomenal. The last house I went to when my daughter stayed was 3 bedrooms upstairs, 1 shared bathroom, tiny bedrooms, you could barely fit a bed in, and it was poor, shocking. This, to me, seems incredibly luxurious. I'm not saying that to sort of upset anyone, but the bedrooms are large. To have ensuite on, whatever, 6 of them is equally phenomenal, and again, I see that as being quite luxurious. The fact that 2 people might have to share a bathroom is not great, but it's still better than most student accommodations that I'm aware of in my recent past of travelling to universities. So I'm happy to propose it if Councillor Kimberley hasn't already done that, or to second it if he has. I do think those conditions are important. The cycle parking, I think that is a condition we should go with. Similarly, the register of occupants, I think, is important. My reason there is that you cannot, nobody wants to have bedroom police, but we can restrict the applicant from renting out them as double rooms. We're saying they can rent them out as single rooms. If there are issues then with people sharing whatever, that's really up for the applicant really to sort out, plus the planning team if there are serious problems. I keep talking over Councillor Udall because it's rude to interrupt, but I understand people's objections, but this is not a tiny, tiny house that they're squashing people in a sort of, inhumane way. It's actually, the proportion is very generous. I don't know how many cookers they got in the kitchen. My only request there would be surely more than 1, because it seems crazy. But again, I don't think that's a planning issue as such. I think that I would recommend, I think there should be some planning applications for outbuildings for storage. But those main 2 conditions, cycle parking and register occupants, I think are very important. And for that reason, I'm happy to propose or second.
Thank you, Councillor Rudge. Councillor Udall, please don't have chatting that, like this. With the fans as well, it's really hard for people to hear. Councillor Kinsley.
Thank you. I think my point would be, I'm less bothered about the internal arrangement. A, it meets the standards. B, people renting can choose not to go there. If they think it's too small and they don't like the size of the living room, they can choose not to rent it. Local residents don't have that choice. They're stuck with the parking scenario that arises from these decisions. So it's my sympathies are more with the local residents. And we've been here before that we don't have the evidence to back up what we kind of know are these problems. Same with the retail park, various examples. And a note here, it says there's no evidence of parking stress. So I think we need to have a way of understanding what, and measuring parking stress. What is that mechanism? And can we have it, please? Because we need that evidence so that we can then say, there's your parking stress. And then, hopefully we've got some information to refuse these applications. Because otherwise I'm not quite sure how we can. This one.
Through you, Chair, in terms of testing that parking stress, that would be a requirement, and obviously that's not something that the Highway Authority have requested, but it could be a request for the applicant to carry out a parking survey over a particular amount of time. I think the difficulty that the committee faces at this moment in time is that if they were to do a parking survey now, outside the academic year, it's going to be very difficult. The advice from officers is that the 2 additional bedrooms and 2, you've read it in the highway comments, the 2 occupants, it's not going to cause in officers' view, that it's not going to cause that level of harm that requires that evidential position, but that's obviously for members to consider.
Can I come back on that? So where's their evidence that there is no harm? They're just saying it, aren't they? Because what based on what? Have they done surveys to say actually yes, you can accommodate extra vehicles?
Through you, Chair, I misunderstood your question, so I do apologise. The Highway Authority obviously have their own data that they rely on. They rely on data that they will have collected. They haven't explained that, and you're absolutely right. They haven't explained where they've got that from. But as the local highway authority, they will understand what that pressure is like, because they make decisions on street parking as part of their remit, so they understand that.
I've got Councillor Agar. Thank you.
Thank you. Been trying to work out what really has bothered me most about this. It's not the parking, it's not a great many things. I think we are told that we must design out crime, that secure by design is important. And given the increasing levels of sexual violence in our society, it worries me considerably that a young person might be going up a floor in their dressing gown or in their pyjamas or whatever to access the loo or the bathroom at night, particularly at night. I don't think that is necessarily the safest thing. If you're in your own space, if you've got an ensuite, that's fine. But this isn't entirely what's happening here. I'm not sure I can vote for it because I don't think personal safety has been sufficiently considered.
Through you, Chair, from a personal perspective, I think I would share your concerns. From a professional point of view, when we're talking about community safety, and we're talking about safety of occupants, we're talking about external, we're not talking about internal arrangements. The internal arrangements are outside of the planning sphere in terms of what we're considering, and I appreciate those concerns. So we cannot progress a refusal reason in terms of safety of occupants within the premises. That is a matter for the applicant and for the occupants of those properties to self-police. That is a matter for them. But in terms of planning policies that deal with safety, it's about the way that externally that is appreciated. Hope that helps.
Appreciate that, but I still feel
Councillor Kimberley.
I seem to have been signed out at some point. It must have detected the rising levels of stress in the room and decided to clock out. I have a couple of particular questions to hopefully try and progress the conversation, because I think we're at the risk of a bit of an impasse, and I think we need to try and sort of progress with some concrete sort of points. My first question would be, in terms of, I'm really struggling looking at that parking arrangement to see how you would avoid that fourth vehicle overspilling and potentially blocking the pavement. Is that something that would be grounds for any kind of reassessment in terms of parking safety? Because I do feel concerned about that. My second point would be, under policies, and I'm looking under 7.9, amenity for future occupiers, it states, SWDPR 18 states proposal should make adequate provision for parking, respects residential amenity of both the scheme residents and neighbouring occupiers, and includes sufficient amenity space, with SWDPR 28.4 stating that development should provide an adequate level of privacy, outlook, sunlight and daylight, and should not be overbearing. I presume privacy is for neighbours rather than for internal residents. If that is the case, that sort of takes away one of the lines I was looking at. But I think particularly around the parking safety, my impression, I think, is the same as my colleague across the room here. I don't think that the Highways Authority has conducted any kind of traffic safety assessment around this road, and the absence of evidence means that we are flying blind in making this decision. Is there any action that we can take in a concrete way to remedy this at all, even at minimum to write a letter of our displeasure once again to the Highways team to make that point clear? Last point from me on this: is there a provision, if there are permitted development rights on this property? I think we would all feel more comfortable if that wasn't the case, or if we had the opportunity to review any future developments of any kind on this site, because we are all, I think, concerned that it is well up to capacity, if not beyond what it can actually reasonably bear. And if there were to be masses of sheds added to the backyard, that would no doubt impinge on the amenity of neighbouring properties in some way. And I think that is something that we should consider as well. I think this is really difficult because we have not been provided, in my view, with the evidence that we need to say no to this, and yet I think we can see that we're not comfortable with the proposal. And we need to find the appropriate channel for expressing that and for evidencing that. And I feel that we have been really wrong-footed because highways haven't actually done, as far as we can see, any assessment of any kind. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, in terms of the 4 cars, the Highway Authority have admitted within their comments that they're not looking at 4 vehicles, they're looking at 3. So they are comfortable that it's a requirement, it's a lesser requirement, but they're saying in terms of its location that they are happy to accept a reduction in a vehicle number. And they're saying that that displacement will not cause any on-street stress. I appreciate comments that have been made previously. In terms of the amenity space, you're correct in terms of policy 18, and you will have heard that the officer has said that there was a slight reduction in that overall. However, that has to be done into a balance. And members will be aware that policy and decisions aren't a tick box exercise, otherwise we wouldn't be here for so long because we'd just be ticking the boxes. So it's a balance, and we're looking at what's the benefits from an economic, social and environmental perspective. In terms of evidence, if members consider that more evidence is required because they can't make a decision, that's a matter, as you are aware, that you could ask for deferral, asking the Highway Authority to provide more detailed comments in terms of their assessment in terms of the parking situation and the on-street parking situation. That may take a while to come, and that would be within the applicant's gift to either allow that time to be able to carry on, or whether they wish to appeal against non-determination. That would be a matter for them. But if members really feel that they haven't got the information to be able to base a decision, whatever flavour that might be, it is perfectly within your gift to defer, to go and visit the site so that you can see firsthand those pressures, and ask the Highway Authority for further details. Now, that could be something that within the remit of the committee to do so, if that helps.
If I may just come back on that, I think I would support any measure that puts a bit more evidence in front of us in terms of the highways management situation. I don't know what the feeling of other colleagues in the room would be on that point, but I would personally support that. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, just one further element, and I appreciate there was hands coming up, so I just wanted to add. As part of that, and I appreciate some of the comments have been around, can we get vehicles on there? It could be a request not only to the Highway Authority to provide additional comments, but also asking the applicant to provide a detailed layout of car parking spaces and a tracking of how they get in and out. And the applicant started to nod, so he's very capable of being able to do that. And that's something that the committee could ask for further information to do.
You're being very indulgent, Chair, but I have got one more question on this very point. Is it within our gift to ask for a specific management plan, or for the, for the parking spaces to be allocated in such a way that we know that there is a limit to the number of cars that can actually be brought to the property, if that makes sense?
Through you, Chair, we can certainly ask the applicant that request if that was something that the applicant, the committee wished to do so, and we could look for a response from the applicant in terms of those considerations. And you know that the agent has been here, we know that it's recorded, so there is the ability to be able to look at the concerns that members have raised and provide a response to that.
I'm just wondering whether I've got 2 people who haven't spoken yet. I have actually got a proposal on the table before a proposal for a deferral, but I haven't had a seconder for that. So I'm being told that you could withdraw the proposal, but I'm going to get Steph to clarify it because this is tricky. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we do have an active proposal. To forgive me, in the length of the discussion, I've forgotten who has proposed. Thank you, Councillor Rudge. So there has also been discussion about a deferral. So the way we would need to proceed would be for Councillor Rudge to decide whether or not he's willing to withdraw the proposal. We don't yet have a seconder for that, so you could withdraw it, and you could either move for a deferral, or we could seek a separate proposer for that. But at the moment, we do need to address what I think was a proposal for approval. So it's really up to you how you feel about continuing with that, whether there would be anyone who would be willing to second it, and then we would take the vote for that, see where that got us, and then if it was approved, then obviously we go ahead. If that failed, we could then seek a deferral, or if you would rather avoid an extra vote, you could withdraw, but I will leave that to you to decide how you would like to proceed. Was that clear? Conscious that it's time's ticking on and we're all getting a bit sleepy.
Thank you, that is clear. Yes, I'm more than happy if colleagues feel there's not enough information to make a decision and they'd love to have some more information and maybe a site visit and a better understanding of some of the pressures. I appreciate I don't live in St John's, so I'm not fully aware of those concerns in as much detail as some others. So if colleagues felt that was a sensible course of action, then I'm happy to withdraw the proposal.
Do you want to amend the proposal and propose a deferral, or would you like us to seek somebody else?
I'm happy to propose a deferral unless someone else is desperate to do that.
Is there a seconder for a... Okay.
Sorry, I have a question about 7.29, I think it is, the secure by design, 7.30, the informative note that was recommended. Just wondered how that was received, and is that something that we need to be more eyes on, or are you happy that it's resolved?
Through you, Chair, we're happy that it's been resolved, but if members want more information on that, we can provide that.
Thank you. Yes, please. That would be good.
Okay. So yeah, we're actually looking for a seconder for the proposal to defer. Right. And we need a list of reasons. So who wants to do do you want to try that? Go on. Let's see if Steph can do it, and let's see nods if you're in agreement, or if there's anything she misses out, put your hand up.
Thank you. I think where we've got to is that Councillor Rudge withdrew your proposal to approve and have proposed a deferral. And the reasons for that are for more information on impact on the highway, further information on parking, including how cars are going to get in and off the driveway. Are we adding the one for concerns about antisocial behaviour from Councillor Cross's comment for, I think it was 7.29?
It was secured by design.
Sorry,
we will build that in as the officer report. I don't believe that it needs to be the reason for deferral. It's just additional information.
Okay, so in terms of reasons for deferral, it's for further information from the Highways Department on stress on the highway and more detail on the parking arrangements and a site visit. So could I just finish this before I lose my track? So if that's what we're proposing, unless you've got something you wanted to add, in which case do crack on.
The issue regarding the highway, I would like to have specific commentary and comment from Highways relating to the impact this would have on a neighbouring street, i.e. Windsor Avenue, which would be the nearest area for on-street parking availability, which has no restrictions.
Okay, so is that stress on the highway and overspill and parking? And Councillor Tesaro? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just check, would that include some sort of safety check then in what they're assessing, the Highways team, I mean?
Through you, Chair, I can't guarantee that. It would be lovely. What we're asking them to do is provide additional justification for their comments. If that includes a safety check, that might do that. But if not, if they feel that they don't need to do that, that's something that we'll consider at a later meeting.
I just wanted to raise that some of the comments have also related to the management of refuse, if the client could take that into consideration. and the position of the cycle store. Those are the main issues I've picked up from people.
And the tree, Chair.
What about the tree?
The impact on the tree from any changes. I know that's being looked at in a different...
No change, no change. Yeah. So based on that, are we happy to go to a vote?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rudge
Councillor
needs to
Rudge,
confirm he's happy with that proposal.
you're happy with those proposals and everything
Yes,
that we've talked
I
about?
am, yeah.
And Councillor Cross, I believe you were seconding.
Yes, you're happy. Right, great. So let's see votes in favour of a deferral based on all that information. Thank you. That's unanimous. Fantastic. Okay, welcome back to the meeting. We're now on agenda item 9. This is Prospect Villa on Sherwood Lane, and we have Rebecca doing the report. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to mention initially that hopefully you will all have seen the late paper, which includes an additional response from a neighbouring occupier, and then there's also an officer clarification in there regarding the 2 historic planning applications that were referred to in that additional neighbour response. So, agenda item 9 concerns the planning application at Prospect Villa, Sherwood Lane, application reference 24/00769/FUL. Planning permission is sought for the erection of a dwelling in the rear garden and alterations to parking arrangements to Prospect Villa, including diversion of a public right-of-way. The proposed dwelling would be a 2-bedroom, 3-person detached dwelling with 2 proposed parking spaces. Parking for the existing property at Prospect Villa is proposed to be moved from the rear garden, access from Sherwood Lane, and instead provided to the front of the property, access from St Lawrence Close. In terms of the site location, the site is situated to the west of Sherwood Lane at the end of the cul-de-sac. The site is an area of land currently within the garden of existing detached dwelling house Prospect Villa, which can be accessed from both St Lawrence Close and Sherwood Lane. The site contains an existing parking area and a single-storey garage, which is proposed to demolish. The site is not within a conservation area and does not contain any listed buildings, and the surrounding area is predominantly residential. This slide shows an aerial view of the site situated at the end of the garden of detached house Prospect Villa, and currently comprises the single-storey garage, as I've just said, and the site is indicated with a red arrow. Officer site visit photographs are shown on the following slides. So this shows the site of the proposed new dwelling, which is an area of land to the rear garden of Prospect Villa, and it currently comprises the existing garage, which can be seen there with the red door, and then a parking area. This photo shows the rear of host property Prospect Villa and its substantial rear garden. This photo shows the front of the host property Prospect Villa, where new parking arrangements are proposed to accommodate 2 car parking spaces to the front of the property, access from St Lawrence Close. This slide shows the proposed block plan of the site and shows the proposed footprint of the new dwelling and indicates the proposed site layout with the new detached 2-storey dwelling located at the end of the garden, replacing the garage. And then private garden space is separated from Prospect Villa with new fencing and planting and 2 parking spaces. This slide also shows the relationship of the proposed dwelling to neighbouring properties with Barn Cottage to the east, Rupert's Green and the Coach House to the north, Prospect Villa to the west, and properties on Franklin Close to the south. This slide shows a more detailed site plan with the landscaping and parking proposals incorporated. This slide shows the proposed elevations. The property would be a 2-storey detached property constructed in brick with renders to ground floor and Eternit shiplap cladding to the first floor and side elevations of the roof. The main roof would be in plain clay tile. This slide shows the proposed ground and first floor plan for the proposed dwelling. This would comprise a living room, kitchen and dining area, bathroom and store at ground floor level with 2 bedrooms upstairs, including a double bedroom with ensuite, a single bedroom and another bathroom. The proposed dwelling exceeds the minimum space standards, being approximately 103 square metres, with all bedrooms meeting the minimum space standards and storage requirements. This slide shows the proposed public right-of-way diversion plan. As can be seen on the plan at present, there is an area to the front of Prospect Villa at the end of St Lawrence Close where a public right-of-way is proposed to be extinguished. It does not lead anywhere at present and should have been extinguished when the estate was built. The blue line indicated the proposed public right-of-way, which would join up to the footpath on St Lawrence Close, to the footpaths leading to Sherwood Lane and Hudson Close. At present, members of the public would not be able to walk over the public right-of-way section it is proposed to extinguish as shown in the following photograph. The key issues to consider in the determination of the application are the acceptability of the proposals having regard to the principle of development, impact on neighbouring amenity, design and highway matters. In terms of the principle of development, it is proposed to construct a detached dwelling with 2 bedrooms. To achieve this, an existing plot of land would be severed from the existing dwelling. The land currently forms part of the rear garden and obviously backs onto Sherwood Lane. So there's an existing vehicular access and a single-storey garage which would be demolished as part of the proposals, and the site is considered to be a windfall partial greenfield site with regard to the garden space and partially previously developed land with regard to the existing garage and parking area. The principle of providing an additional dwelling in this location is considered to be acceptable in planning terms. The proposals would result in a net increase of 1 residential unit, which would boost the supply of housing in a sustainable location, partially utilising previously developed land. The development of the site for residential use is considered to be acceptable in principle. The council can currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, including a 20% buffer against the requirement identified in the South Worcestershire Development Plan review. On this basis, the tilted balance is not engaged and policies in the South Worcestershire Development Plan review relating to the supply of housing are to be attributed full weight. With regard to the design, it is proposed that the house will be constructed in brickwork with render to the ground floor and clad in Eternit shiplap cladding to the first floor and sides of the roof. The main roof section would be composed of plain clay tiles, and windows and doors would be of an appropriate design with some obscure glazed windows and doors. A single-storey storage room and lobby would be constructed as part of the property with a refuse area externally and bike store. It should be noted that the design has been amended during the course of the application and neighbour reconsultation has taken place. The proposed development is of a quality design which is visually interesting, well detailed, well proportioned and of architectural interest. The proposed bulk, scale, mass and siting is acceptable and adequately preserves the prevailing local character. The proposed height of 2 storeys is considered to be acceptable in the surrounding context and the building sits comfortably within the street scene. The quality of accommodation proposed is of a high quality, exceeding minimum space standards at approximately 103 square metres, dual aspect and providing generous private outdoor amenity space to both the existing property and proposed new dwelling. So the proposed development accords with the expectations of SWDPR policy 28 and is acceptable with regard to design considerations. In terms of impact on neighbouring amenity, it is not considered that the proposals would give rise to any unacceptable impact on neighbouring properties once built. Given the separation distances to the nearest neighbouring properties, which is 10 metres to Barn Cottage to the east, 14 metres from Prospect Villa to the west, 18 metres from the Coach House and Rupert's Green to the north, and 20 metres from properties on Franklin Close to the south, the proposed positioning and layout of the property and location of windows is not considered there would be any unacceptable increase in overlooking or loss of privacy to neighbouring properties. There are no upper floor windows to the east or west elevations facing Barn Cottage or Prospect Villa, and the properties to the north and south are at least 18 metres away. It is not considered there would be any unacceptable increased sense of enclosure or loss of outlook to neighbouring properties, and there would also not be any unacceptable loss of daylight or sunlight to neighbouring properties given the separation distances. It is not considered that there would be any unacceptable noise and disturbance to neighbouring occupiers once the property has been constructed and the hours of construction are controlled by condition. This will reduce any potential disruption to surrounding properties from building works or vehicles arriving or exiting the site. With regard to highways, the car parking for Prospect Villa is to be relocated to the front of the property to provide 2 spaces accessed from St Lawrence Close. It has been demonstrated that the existing property only benefits from 2 formal car parking spaces, and therefore this provision is accepted as per the existing situation. Car parking for 2 vehicles to serve the proposed new dwelling would be provided next to the new dwelling accessed from Sherwood Lane. The Highways Authority at Worcestershire County Council has reviewed the application and has raised no objections subject to conditions. A construction environmental management plan is recommended by condition to be submitted and approved prior to the commencement of development in the interests of highway safety and to safeguard neighbouring amenity. Overall, the proposals are considered to be acceptable with regard to highway considerations and are in accordance with policy SWDPR 6 of the development plan. It is not considered that the proposed diversion of the public right-of-way would have any unacceptable adverse impact on members of the public in planning terms, as it would not materially change the existing pedestrian movement between Sherwood Lane and St Lawrence Close. The small section of public right-of-way immediately to the front of the property appears not to have been diverted or stopped up when the estate was built many years ago, and in practical terms, in recent times, it has led to private land which is not publicly accessible. However, the detailed legal merits of any diversion, including the acceptability of an alternative route and any objections to it, will fall to be considered separately through the statutory public path order process. The proposed diversion of the public right-of-way has been advertised via a further site notice and press advert as part of the planning application consultation process. The grant of planning permission would not in itself authorise the diversion or extinguishment of the public right-of-way. A separate application and order-making process will be required under Section 257 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 to be considered by the local planning authority if it is satisfied that the diversion or stopping up is necessary to enable the development to be carried out. The process will require the local planning authority to consider the statutory tests, consultation responses and any objections before any order could be confirmed. It is therefore recommended that a condition requires the necessary public path diversion order or other appropriate order where relevant to be obtained before commencement of development affecting the public right-of-way and is in place prior to the first occupation. In terms of landscaping, the proposals include a proposal to separate the properties with a 1.2 metre closed boarded timber screen fence with proposed native species hedge and shrub planting adjacent on the site of the proposed new dwelling. Planting will also be included next to the proposed dwelling. Full details of the landscaping scheme are required by condition to include a detailed planting plan and a landscape management and maintenance plan. Any proposed trees should be at least 12 to 14 centimetres in size. The required biodiversity net gain information has been submitted with the application, including a biodiversity net gain report. The Council's biodiversity officer has reviewed the submitted information, and the ecologist's report has confirmed that delivery of sufficient BNG units on site is feasible in this case. Infeasible, sorry. As such, a biodiversity gain plan should be prepared, including evidence of units purchased to compensate for the loss of units during the development. The landscaping and enhancement conditions are recommended to ensure that the current biodiversity value of the site is not excessively impacted in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy. The impacts of the development on protected species are negligible. With regard to flood risk, the site's in flood zone 1 with low probability of flooding. A drainage and water management statement has been submitted within the design and access statement. Further details of the design, implementation, maintenance and management of sustainable urban drainage, surface water drainage works are requested by condition prior to the occupation of the development. Pre-commencement condition is also attached, requiring details to be submitted to demonstrate that the development will incorporate the generation of energy from renewable or low carbon sources equivalent to at least 20% of predicted energy requirements in accordance with updated policy in the South Worcestershire Development Plan. All comments and objections from members of the public have been considered. Officers have concluded that, subject to the recommended conditions, the proposals are acceptable with regard to the principle of development, design considerations, and would not have any unacceptable impact on neighbouring amenity or highways matters. Officers therefore recommend that the application is granted subject to conditions, and this concludes the officer presentation.
Great, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, we have got a person speaking. It is Mr. Derek Gale, and you're an objector on behalf of residents. You've got 5 minutes, and I'll make some noise when you get to about 4:30. Thank you.
Good evening. It was good afternoon, but it's now good evening. My name's Derek Gale, and I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, Nikki Gale, John and Maureen Hayward, Anna Preedy, Kat Hayward, and Margaret Turner. All are Sherwood Lane residents who live very close to the proposed development. We object to this application for the following 3 material planning considerations. 1, parking, highway safety. 2, impact on the character or appearance of the area. And 3, overlooking, loss of privacy. Firstly, parking and highway safety. The proposed parking layout is unchanged from the previous withdrawn application and has not been demonstrated to be adequate. The proposed parking provision for Prospect Villa does not comply with the requirements of the Streetscape Design Guide. The Design Guide requires the property to have 3 parking spaces and not the proposed 2. There are currently 3 regularly used parking spaces at Prospect Villa, despite what the Furlands parking report might want you to believe. You saw 3 cars in that space on your site visit today. It would significantly increase high-risk traffic movements at the end of St Lawrence Close, where the busy footpaths from Sherwood Lane and Hudson Close meet. These are heavily used by school children, dog walkers and older people, some with reduced mobility. The change of access to Prospect Villa makes it likely that visitors to the property would park near to the end of St Lawrence Close rather than Sherwood Lane, further complicating vehicle sight lines near the footpath ends, adding further risk. The Design Guide also says, and I quote, "A reduced parking standard may only be accepted for sites in highly sustainable locations deemed suitable by the local highway authority and based on evidence presented by the applicant." The applicant has not put forward in their application any evidence that the location is highly sustainable. Therefore, the Streetscape Design Guide requirements for 3 spaces still apply, cannot be achieved, and so the application should be refused. Secondly, impact on the character or appearance of the area. There are 6 older properties at the end of Sherwood Lane, including Prospect Villa. All are around 200 years old and have individual character and design. Previously surrounded by orchards, they form an historic, important remnant of Worcester's once thriving fruit-growing industry. The SWDPR, Section 28, Part B2, Relationship to Surroundings and to Other Development, says development proposals must complement the character of the area. In particular, development should respond to surrounding buildings. The proposed shiplap-clad modern dwelling would be in the middle of this group of 6 historic properties, is architecturally very different to the character of those 6 surrounding properties and therefore does not complement them, so the application should be refused. Thirdly, overlooking loss of privacy. The proposed building's internal layout has been rotated 180 degrees compared to the previous application, so that there are now south-facing clear glass bedroom windows. This means that the occupants of houses in Franklin Close would suffer significant loss of privacy. This was not mentioned in the planning officer's original report, although it was just mentioned. The nearest house in Franklin Close is only 20 metres away, and there would be significant overlooking of that house from the first floor windows of the proposed property. This cannot be resolved by requiring opaque glass, as this would reduce the light too much for a bedroom. So, for these 3 material planning considerations, we urge the Planning Committee to refuse the application. You'll find more detail about current parking arrangements in your late paper. Thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you very much. Has anyone got... So we do have questions now. Has anyone got any questions for the speaker, please? Councillor Amos. And it's questions, please.
Sorry?
It's questions, not opinions.
Of course, Chair, I always follow your instructions, as you know. A question
you.
it is. Mr Gale, thank you for your submission, very clear if I may say so. Could you just explain, though, the layout in terms of the pathways? Because obviously with the site visit, it's a slightly unusual end of cul-de-sac, isn't it? And therefore, when you say that Franklin Close will be overlooked, and then there's St Lawrence and there's Sherwood Lane, I think that's an important dimension to this, isn't it? In terms of, because one of the problems is they need a diversion of the public right of way. So could you tell us how or why you're concerned that this doesn't all fit together?
It would be far easier with a map, but thank you for your question. So, running along the north side of the garden of Prospect Villa, there is a public footpath which goes between Prospect Villa and Rupert Green. Down the side of Rupert Green and Rupert Cottage, there's another public footpath that disgorges onto St Lawrence Close. The one going in front of Prospect Villa and Rupert Green goes to Sherwood Lane and St Lawrence Close. So there's a double footpath end there. And going round the back of Rupert Green and coming out by the coach house into Sherwood Lane, there's yet another footpath. So there's 3 footpaths in a triangle. And then opposite the end of that, there's another footpath going down to Canada Way. The little bit of footpath is at 771A that runs in front of Prospect Villa was originally, it didn't originally have a wall on it. And the story is that when the estate was built, the person that lived in Prospect Villa at the time built a wall, which is why, if you looked at it originally, there's actually a double wall there to enclose the footpath, and then the current applicant has claimed adverse possession of that piece of land, so they now legally own it. So is that clear, or do you want more information?
Well, what I was asking, Mr. Gale, is the effect on pedestrian movement, given the proposed parking arrangements in this rather unusual arrangement of 3 rows to some extent coming together.
So, they are busy footpaths. I mean, I live in one of the houses, I live in Rupert Green, and regularly there are people, dog walkers, school kids, especially in the morning and the afternoon, that walk along those footpaths and disgorge or come in from St Lawrence Close. Having got extra car movements in St Lawrence Close, where if you look at how the parking is, they would have to either turn round in the turning area 20 metres further down the road and then reverse 20 metres effectively across the entrance to a public footpath and then go in at an angle. We consider as the group of residents that is potentially a dangerous thing to do, and that will potentially affect pedestrians. Does that now answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Kinsley. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for coming in. I was on the site visit today, so it was really helpful to actually be in the area. I've just got one quick question, which I hope it's okay to ask. So I just wanted to understand the difference between the previous application and this one. Is my understanding correct that the previous application, your side, I think from your comments on the previous application, your side garden was overlooked? Is that correct? Yes. But now on this application, the overlooking problem is on the south side, as I understand that correctly? Yes. Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Udall, please.
Thank you. I just wonder if you can expand, if you know, any of the historical background to the area. I understand there are 2 significant issues. One, that it was a site of part of the Battle of Worcester, and there may be archaeological importance in the area. And secondly, that a person by the name of Mary Tootle used to stay at Rupert Cottage, and she was the author of Rupert the Bear books. And consequently, Rupert the Bear was named after this area. So it has got some significant historical importance. I'm not sure if you're aware of those, or you're obviously not. I'll shut up then, I'll mention them later.
I'm aware of the Civil War connection. The story is that our house is called Rupert Green. There was a house just down the road in what's now St Lawrence Close called Rupert House, of ill repute. And you've got Rupert Cottage, and the story is that was where, in that general area, is where Prince Rupert led his cavalry in the Battle of Powick Bridge. So there's the historic interest. Who knows what's underneath it?
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions? I don't know if I've missed anyone. No? No? Okay, if you'd like to go to the back, please. You're done. And so if we have the agent for the applicant, swap places, please. This is Carl Greenway from Letton Sweetland Architects. He's the agent and an architect. You'll have 5 minutes as well, please. And again, at 4:30, I'll make some noise, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to state my support for the proposed development on behalf of the applicant. There are two elements to consider: the parking provision for Prospect Villa and the proposed new two-bed dwelling. The parking provision for Prospect Villa is predicated on a diversion of an existing public right-of-way and confirmation of ownership of the land in front of the dwelling. I understand the public right-of-way diversion and ownership. The legal issues are ongoing, and on completion, it would mean that vehicles parked in front of Prospect Villa will not cause a technical obstruction of the legal and definitive line of footpath. The proposal includes 2 parking spaces within the confines of the property boundary with access directly off St Lawrence Close. There is no increase in the number of bedrooms and no change in demand for on or off-street parking compared to the current position. The provision of 2 nationally accepted 2.4 by 4.8 metre spaces replicates the existing level of car parking noted in the report prepared by Furlands Transport Planning. Whilst 2 spaces fall below the 3-space requirement within the Streetscape Design Guide, Furlands locally collected evidence and census data from Worcester County Council confirms that 2 parking spaces is suitable for a 4-bedroom dwelling in Worcester City. The 2-space requirement is supported by Highways, who contend that the provision is adequate given the building's sustainable location. Vehicles turning within the site is not feasible. However, Furlands swept path analysis utilises the existing turning head within St Lawrence Close, demonstrating manoeuvring into and out of the parking base to be functional and without conflict with other road users. We note that many objectors raise the issue of danger to pedestrians and vehicles crossing over pavements. The pavement width in front of Prospect Villa is approximately 760 millimetres wide, suitable for the passage of 1 person. The pavement is not on a desire line and therefore unlikely to be used frequently, minimising the risk to pedestrians and vehicle movement. This should be considered in the knowledge that the majority of properties in St Lawrence Close and Sherwood Lane necessitate vehicles crossing over pavements that are in greater use by pedestrians than a narrow path in front of Prospect Villa. Importantly, as far as I'm aware, there is no personal injury accident record in this location to indicate an existing highways safety issue. The proposed new dwelling makes a small contribution to Worcester City's housing demand and is consistent with the National Planning Policy support for the development of windfall sites within existing settlements for homes. The development site is in a sustainable location, utilises previously developed land. As such, great weight can be given to the social and economic benefits of the proposal. We have endeavoured to address concerns from neighbours regarding overlooking issues, proximity to the site boundaries and design. The new dwelling has been reorientated, remodelled and repositioned further into the site away from the southern boundary hedgerow, increasing the distance between the south-facing elevation window and the closest property in Franklin Close to over 21 metres. Overlooking concerns have been addressed, employing obscure glazing to upper floor windows of the north elevation facing towards a coach house and ground floor windows to the west elevation facing Prospect Villa. Regarding the design of the proposed dwelling and its proximity to older buildings, the 6 18th century houses referred to by various objectors were built in a style prevalent at the time, using materials and building techniques available to them at that time. They did not seek to reproduce a style of dwelling from previous centuries. We adopt the same ethos, believing the new dwelling should be of its time. We've taken into consideration the immediate environments, which include both the historic dwellings and prevalence of bungalows within St Lawrence Close and Sherwood Lane. We contend that the scale and massing of the proposed dwelling is complementary to the historic building group. The palette of materials has been informed by those employed on surrounding buildings and seeks to integrate the old and new using plain clay roof tiles and render found on the older properties and the ship-black cladding references to bungalows in Sherwood Lane. The proposed sage green colour of the cladding is contemporary and complements the sage green colour of windows and doors and fences employed in the neighbouring coach house. The proposed new dwelling has suitable access arrangements and provides on-site parking space for 2 vehicles. The Highways Authority have raised no objection to the proposals for parking within the site. Landscaping and enhancing conditions are recommended and welcome to ensure that the current biodiversity value of the site is not excessively impacted.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Have I got any questions, please, for Carl Greenway? Start with you, Councillor Kinsley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to refer to paragraph 7.48 and 7.49 about the renewable energy aspects to the new build. I understand that there's a condition that said you will come up with some plans. So I understand you may not have any further information on this. I just wanted to ask, have you put any thought into what that might be and how you might meet that requirement?
Yeah, primarily solar panels on the roof. I do not advocate the integration of solar panels post-building construction. I prefer an integrated solution. However, having read a recent report on the issues with fire and related to inset solar panels, it is a concern. It's not the panels as such, but it is the plastic carrier. But yes, solar panels would be top priority. We do have an ethos of building fabric first. So we insulate heavily. So the external fabric is that main source to reduce energy demand.
Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. And I'm just wondering, we heard from the previous speaker about concerns of overlooking to the south, and just wondering how you would like to respond and address these concerns. Thank you.
The distance of 21 metres is in accordance with current planning policy, I believe.
Councillor Amos.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions. Do you want me to take them one at a time or the whole lot together? 4. 2 at a time, okay. Yeah, Mr. Green, well, some items got to be at the end, Chair, but it's an important one. Mr. Green, there's a couple of questions on what you said rather than what's written in the report. You said that the parking would not cause a technical obstruction. Could you just be specific what's an obstruction and what's a technical obstruction? And then on the question of pathways, would you accept that the pathway that goes from Sherwood Lane to St Lawrence Close is well used, because it will save people about at least half a mile, so it is a well-used pathway?
With regard to the technical obstruction, an earlier application that was made highlighted the fact that there was a public right-of-way and that the cars would have oversailed that public right-of-way. So it's a technical obstruction. With regard to the path, yes, I think it is frequently used, but the right-of-way at the end of the path at its connection with Lawrence Close is being modified. So the existing path is being extinguished and a new public right-of-way is being determined. So there should be no need for anybody, because the path in front of Prospect Villa goes nowhere. It's just an end, and it's narrow, so it can't be used by wheelchair users. They'd fall off.
But now I ask the question.
Yeah, sorry.
I think people might disagree with that. The other two, Mr. Graham, certainly specifically on what you said. You refer to this as a windfall site. Some people might say, actually, it's a garden. Houses have gardens. And the last point is, clapboard houses, personally, I find quite attractive. Whether it's the right place here is another matter. But you did go on to say you want a property of its time, and it's going to have solar panels. But as Mr. Gale said, in terms of the Streetscape Design Guide, which is what we have to go by, clearly then, if this is of its time, it is not consistent or in character with Victorian houses, or houses at least 100, 200 years ago. So how do you say that it will blend in, that it's not a carbuncle, it wouldn't look different. When you've admitted it's of its time, it's of now, it's a different style completely. So how does that blend in according to the streetscape design guide, which is what we have to go by?
It is a modern interpretation, but the form of the building is not too dissimilar to the historic building in that it's two-storey pitch roof and it utilises the same materials. We were very particular about looking at what was around and utilising those materials. But in Sherwood Lane, you have modern bungalows or contemporary bungalows, which use a range of alternative materials. So where the building is sited, we're also referencing those bungalows. It's not just the historic buildings. So being modern and the form of mass that relates to the older buildings, it kind of provides a link between the two types of building.
Very briefly, Chair, but the location that you're talking about is surrounded with buildings that are 100 or 200 years older. So in that particular location, what you're building is completely out of character, is it not?
I would disagree with that. I don't think the character is too different. The materials might be. The type of windows, it doesn't have glazing bars. But we don't live in a museum, you know, we move on. We're in the 21st century.
I don't know any Victorian houses that have clapboard, I must admit, but that's your view.
No.
Okay. Any other questions? No? No? Okay, you're free to go. Can I open the floor for questions for officers, please? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very interested in the historic nature of this site, especially the links to the Civil War, and I wonder if it's possible for a condition to be made to allow for archaeological discoveries.
Through you, Chair, this isn't in a site that's allocated as an archaeological sensitive area, and you'll be aware that the council has mapped out those areas where archaeological remains are. There is a registered battlefield, but that's south of this site, the other side of Lower Wick. So it would be, without the evidence, I haven't got any evidence in terms of our mapping to be able to suggest that. I'm not saying there's not, but I haven't got the evidence to be able to say that that's a reasonable condition to impose. If members have evidence that they can provide, that could be something that considered, but that's not something that our archaeological advisor has provided in terms of comments.
Councillor Udall.
It was a similar question, and based on what Mr. Rounders just said, I suspect the archaeological advisor is unaware of the history of this location, which may be worth further investigation, because it's clearly well known locally as a site of the cavalry charge, which was mentioned earlier for the Battle of Powick Bridge. I have a different question, because I was going to ask a similar question to Councillor Smith. The Manor Park Estate, I think that's what it's called, but I'm known locally as the Canada Way Estate. This area is the clear dividing boundary between that estate and the housing on Malvern Road, and it clearly defines the different areas. This is effectively backfill development, as I understand the terminology of the use, and which actually removes that as a boundary and creates intensification, I use the word advisedly, of development between those two sites. I'm seeking clarification from officers about whether there is any issue of concern about the loss of that green boundary between those two housing developments, which this area actually protects.
Through you, Chair. No, there's not, because that wouldn't be we wouldn't have brought forward the reports on the basis of if there were still concerns over that. We appreciate that these properties are in the middle of the two estates, and it was very clear when the council originally planned these in the 1960s that comprehensive redevelopment of both parcels was required, and that was done. In terms of this space, we don't consider it a backland development because it has quite a clear street frontage. There are 2 street frontages. We consider that it is an appropriate development on garden land. We do consider that it meets the policies, and hence we put it forward as we have within the report.
Councillor Kimberley, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want a couple of points to follow up on, really, the site visit today, and to thank officers again for taking us on that trip. I think it was very, very informative and very instructive, particularly around points like the public right-of-way. Would I be correct in understanding from the conversation that took place during that site visit that effectively the move of this public right-of-way is something of a technicality, that in fact this will not comprise any meaningful change to the access that is already available on the site?
That is entirely correct.
Wonderful. Secondly, I'd like to ask a little bit more in depth for a bit of clarity about what's been described earlier in conversation as overlooking. What would comprise overlooking for the purposes of our considerations today, and whether there are any objective measures that we could be using or reflecting on as we discuss. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, in terms of the planning guidance that is set out within the Council's supplementary planning document, it talks about window to boundary distances of 10 metres and window to window distances of 20 metres. As you've heard from the applicant's agent, there is in excess of that within the application, and that the layout has been considered on that basis.
Councillor Amos.
Thank you. Just to start with just 2 questions of the officers. First of all, given the late papers, Chair, that I think we've hopefully all had a chance to look at, there's evidence that 3 car parking spaces are in existence, not 2. So the idea of taking forward 2, and therefore it makes it all okay because there's no change, there's a photographic evidence that there's 3 there. And secondly, I say Mr. Round is an intelligent person, so I'm surprised he thinks that having a clapboard house next to a beautiful Victorian villa blends in. So can he tell us how this new proposed building can blend in accordance with the Streetscape Design Guide, which has to enhance the area, not detract from it? It clearly is not in keeping with that particular location. I'm not talking the wider location, because different houses there. So can you tell us how it fits in, how it blends in, how it enhances that location?
Through you, Chair, just a point of clarification. In terms of the Streetscape Design Guide, that's parking and highways, as Councillor Amos, and I appreciate you probably misunderstood. Sorry, you've got confused with your SPDs. We're talking about design SPD in terms of design. Streetscape Design Guide talks about parking.
Yeah, whatever SPD is, I don't care. What I want to know, what I want to know is Mr. Round's view as to why a clapboard house, which in other places at the seaside they're quite nice, but next to some beautiful Victorian villas, blends in, how it enhances this particular location.
And I'm happy to do that. And I understand exactly what you're saying. The design and access statement which the applicant has provided, which is quite helpful, which is over and above a requirement that they have to do. They didn't have to do this, but they've set out the requirements. And it sets very clearly, evidentially, how that they have taken the form of those buildings, and they have looked at the wider context, because design is all about context, and the context of those surrounding 1960s, 1970s estates plays part of that characteristic. And so what they've done is they provided a dwelling that looks in terms of the same form and design. And yes, they've taken a modern twist on that, but that doesn't mean that that's unacceptable. And on the site visit today, members will have had the opportunity to be able to look at those comparisons, to be able to see the properties that you talk about, that are the older properties, see the newer properties, and they would have been able to consider that context. From an officer's point of view, we feel that it is appropriate and that the design has been carefully chosen. Obviously, that's a matter for each member to be able to consider in terms of the policy requirements.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just on that, I've said some nice things about Mr. Round today. I think he's got very poor taste in architecture, I have to say. But the other question, Chair, was about parking.
The photo is the photo, and the photo does show 3 cars. I can't deny that. That was the set case that was on site when members went there. But they will have had, the members will also have had opportunity to see the highways report that's been provided by the applicant, which in terms of dimensions shows that a maximum of 2 car parking spaces can be provided. Those are the 2 elements of evidence that you have before you.
Just to add to that, if I can, I think it was the understanding of ourselves and the Highway Authority that at the moment there's sort of 2 formal parking spaces. If there is a 3rd car on there at the moment, that's an informal arrangement and not something that's sort of been ever agreed by planning or highways. So I'd say that's sort of a separate matter really, but highways have advised us that there's 2 formal spaces at the moment, and I think that's what's set out in the report. Thanks.
I've got Councillor Rudge, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can officers clarify the issue raised by Mr. Gale about having to drive in and not be able to turn round? On the site visit today, I didn't really pay any attention to that. I didn't sort of imagine myself driving in and out of that proposed new parking at the front. Is there room to manoeuvre, or would they have to reverse down to the sort of lay-by area or the extended area?
Through you, Chair, they would need to reverse in or reverse out from that turning area. The Highway Authority have considered those movements, which have been tracked by the transport consultant, and they consider them to be acceptable.
Councillor Kinsley.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little bit of guidance, if that's okay. I'm a little bit disappointed at the lack of detail in terms of, I mean, this is a new build, and we have seen some fantastic applications in terms of new builds with really imaginative approaches to water conservation as well as energy conservation. Is it good, would it be within our gift to apply a condition in relation to water retention measures? Is that something that we would have? And at the moment it talks about going to a soakaway, gutters going to a soakaway. You know, summers that we're having now, we need to be retaining water as much as possible for gardens. I'm just wondering if that's something that we can consider. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, that is absolutely something that if members wish to consider in terms of a scheme for water retention through rainwater harvesting or other elements, that is something that you can consider in terms of sustainability. I don't think the applicant would object to that as a condition to consider sustainability in terms of water.
Okay. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, if that's all right, and it's more just to confirm. So the proposed building is a 2-bedroom property. Are we saying that the garden that's left for both properties, once the new divide goes in, meet the metre squared that we expect for those size houses? Thank you.
Yes, they do, Chair.
And then, because the site is in an awkward spot for building, probably, we have got a development, or we've got some restrictions on development. But have we? Sorry, I'm tired. 6 and 7. Okay. And then can you just explain what the biodiversity credit bit is, that you can't do it on site, and what that actually means? Because I'm not sure we've had an application with that yet. So the biodiversity net gain, what does it actually mean?
Through you, Chair. So members will be aware of biodiversity net gain in the requirements that government have set out, that all new sites need to provide a 10% biodiversity net gain, so in effect increasing that. As part of the government's proposals, they set out that where a site can't meet that on site, there is the ability to be able to buy credits. So you can actually purchase biodiversity net gain elsewhere. Now, I think we've had this discussion, and members have had discussions previously. The ideal is that it should be on site and it should be within the locality. However, the government's proposals and the government legislation does allow that. And whilst there might be some concerns about that being provided elsewhere in the country, that is the proposal. So as long as those credits can be given, we cannot object to that because that is a statutory requirement, and it's not something that we can interfere with on a local level.
And so those credits can be spent anywhere and not necessarily in the local area or within the city boundary. What a shame. Any other questions? Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Chair. Just two more, both from Mr. Round. I am concerned, again, and it hasn't been addressed, Chair, that this is a garden. This is infill development. So when Mr. Round, in response to your question, can you just give us a bit more detail? This is a garden. It's simply had a house plonked on it. What is the garden left for the new property? And what does the existing property have? And does it meet our guidelines? And on the other point, which is a follow-up to his earlier point, of course, it's quite right, but SWDPR 5 and SWDPR 28. And we can argue about design and taste, and I've got good taste, Mr. Round's got bad taste, but put that to one side. There is a requirement in those plans, because it actually says any development will need to integrate effectively with its surroundings in terms of form, function, reinforce local distinctiveness, and conserve, and where appropriate, enhance cultural and heritage assets and their settings, and respecting the character and appearance of the surrounding area, i.e. what's already there. So that is not really for somebody's taste, good or bad. It's a matter of fact, Chair. So I'll press Mr. Round on that point.
Through you, Chair, in terms of going backwards, in terms of design, Councillor Amos, you're absolutely correct in terms of what the policy says. But that's a matter of interpretation. What officers have done is made a consideration of that policy and have arrived at the conclusion that we have. You clearly have done that same process and arrived at a different conclusion. I can't go either way other than saying that's where we are, I know where you are.
But Mr. Round, that's also where the residents are as well. Surely you've taken their views into account.
And absolutely that is the case, Councillor Amos, but as you will appreciate from a planning point of view, it's based upon policy, it's not based upon the numbers of objections, it's based upon a planning consideration of policy, and that's exactly what officers have done. In respect of garden space, there's a requirement for 20 square metres per bedroom, and I can confirm, as I already have, that the proposal both meets both in terms of the existing property, what it remains is in excess, as is the proposed.
I've got Councillor Kimberley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Are we at liberty to move forwards towards more debating points? Okay, thank you very much. It might be uncharitable of me to say this, but I do sometimes get just the sneaking feeling of wool being pulled over eyes about the right of way, perhaps about the parking, perhaps about this property or proposed development being a canker on history. Look, I get it. If you don't like this proposal, you don't like it, that's your view, that's fine. Taste is allowed, but planning isn't a popularity contest, it is a regulatory process, and this committee considers empirical evidence, as I think I've probably gone and said about 5 times today alone. You know, what I am seeing does not show me any evidence to support a lot of the objections being raised by members or by public. I will observe a couple of points, if that's all right. The design guide asks for new properties to be sensitive to the character of the local area, absolutely. But the empirical truth is that the Georgian cottages are not the only buildings that neighbour onto this site. As I'm sure colleagues will recall, there's already quite a lot of housing in the immediate area, much of which is a 1960s, 1970s housing estate, which is actually quite nice. And of course, if you go back far enough, before that estate, before these cottages, before the orchards, there was just wilderness. There are some who seem to think that development is an inherently bad thing on its own face. I don't share that view. This proposal might not be perfect. I mean, it's not going to solve global warming, and it's not going to put a roof over the heads of every homeless person in England, but it's a house, and on its own right, it seems to be okay. I think the agent for the applicant said it rather well, in fact. We don't live in a museum. We live in a modern, evolving, living city. And it seems to me that some would like to use the SWDP as a NIMBY's charter, but that's not what it is. It's a set of guidelines and policies that shape the development of our area and give democratic accountability back to our residents as we progress towards the future, providing the housing that is needed. So I don't see where a lot of these objections are being evidenced from. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Kimberley. Yeah, I think the site visit was really, really good today. We had 9 of us went, and I mean, when I was looking around, I saw concrete roofs, I saw render, I saw brickwork, I saw some of that panelling woodlap elsewhere. I think there's a real mix. Yes, you've got historic houses, but actually in the vicinity, there is a real mix. I've got, who have I got? Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say something very similar. But from the visit that we had, I did not get the impression that this was going to be a newly built house surrounded by Georgian or Victorian houses. There was one I saw that I noticed, maybe I missed some, but overall it felt to me that a mixture. The only other thing I wanted to say was that the diversion of the right-of-way is so minute it's not even worth discussing in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. Councillor Agar.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. The site visit was of real interest and use to us, I suspect. Certainly was to me anyway. It gave me the opportunity to understand the spatial geography, to understand the separation distances, to understand also, as you say, the mix of dwellings in the area. And what we have here is not a pastiche of one sort or another. It is a sensible compromise, I think, between a number of styles. You know, the clay roof tiles reflect the older, more traditional buildings around it, whereas the shiplap cladding reflect the bungalows nearby. I think, you know, the developer has tried to give us something which, albeit a compromise, is a sensible one that works for the area. And like most of us, I didn't feel inclined to climb the fence to actually get to the right-of-way at the front of the house. And I think that most people wouldn't be inclined to do that. It's a very good idea to divert it just slightly, a few metres. So actually, I think this works, and I'm going to vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Agar. I mean, that front area that we saw today was quite unkempt, wasn't it? You know, we had a good look at it. We've got Councillor Lamb now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. This has been a really useful exercise for me, because obviously I've just joined this committee, and today's site visit was my first site visit as a member of planning. And it's really interesting, because if I'd based my decision on what I've heard today, rather than what I have seen today, I would come to a very, very different conclusion. Because to be honest with you, some of the things here have suggested we're trying to put a monstrous car bunker in the middle of a Cotswold village. And that's not the case at all, because when you actually stand there and look around, I mean, you look obviously with an architect's eyes, but I look around, and there is a real mix of properties in that area, to be honest with you. And what is really interesting, if you look at Prospect Villa itself, I mean, if I'm honest, that looked pretty dilapidated, to be honest with you. The front garden was unkempt. I looked over the wall into the kind of courtyard. That was unkempt. The roof looked like it was collapsing in on itself. It looks like there's been additional work done on it, and not in a very kind of sensitive way. So the idea that it's next to a thatched cottage or something is simply not true, to be honest with you. And, you know, the footpath, again, you know, nobody's walked along the official footpath for many, many years, it's clear. And the sort of diversion, which is literally a foot to the right, which then you could easily and safely walk along St Lawrence Close, along the northern footpath, if you like, into those the new footpath, and then obviously off onto the different sort of junctions without crossing a main road. You don't have to go in front of the proposed Prospect Villa parking. Having looked at the site, it looked to me that you could fit two properties there quite comfortably, especially the proposed house that you're going to build is not a kind of massive property. It's a two-bedroom house. And looking again at the parking, because obviously at the back they're going to demolish the existing garage to provide more room there. You could certainly put two parking spaces at the front and parking spaces at the back as proposed. How many cars there are now is irrelevant. There may be 3 cars in the photograph, but we don't know that future owners might have 1 car, 2 cars, no cars, to be honest with you. So I have to say, from what I have seen with my eyes today, I am minded to support this, if I'm brutally honest.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. It shows the value of a site visit. You're sounding like you were looking to propose. I don't know, because you are new to the committee. Sometimes people do that. But it's up to you. You don't have to. Okay, I have got Councillor Udall who'd like to speak, and I've also got Councillor Kinsley and Councillor Cross. So we'll come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm undecided at the moment, I think is the best way to describe. My instinct is I don't like this development for a number of reasons. The main one being I feel it is a break-up, as I've said earlier, of the boundary between the Manor Park estate and the houses in Sherwood Lane. There are 2 distinct communities, and this parcel of land actually creates a natural division and boundary between those 2 communities, and I'm concerned that it being infilled will break down that natural boundary, and I'm not sure that that's a planning reason for refusal. I think it probably isn't, but it doesn't pass my sniff test about the application. I'm also concerned about the historical nature of the area, the issue of the Civil War battle. I'm not sure whether we can have a watching brief or something like that as a planning condition. And of course, Rupert the Bear. He was born here. He was born at Rupert Cottage when Mary Tootle was in this area as a child, staying with her auntie, and she named Rupert the Bear after Rupert the cottage, so it has got historical importance. I'm not sure we can use any planning applications on that process, but maybe some quality information boards may be able to assist to generate the importance of the historical nature of the area. I suspect not, because I'm not sure I can prove what I've said, but it is a significant issue, and it's locally known that that is where Rupert the Bear was born.
I don't know.
Of course you can, and through you, Chair. In terms of heritage interpretation boards, I don't feel that we've got the evidence to be able to demonstrate that, and proportionately for this site, it would be difficult. However, if there is concerns about archaeological remains, rather than requiring a written scheme of investigation up front, which I think would be disproportionate, there could be a condition that is phrased that should any archaeological remains be uncovered, that development ceases and a written scheme of investigation is submitted. And that gives the applicant the comfort that they can carry on, but should they find anything, we've got the comfort that they will do the right thing and come to us.
That's fair. Yeah. And what about a blue plaque for Rupert the Bear? A blue plaque for Rupert the Bear. I'm joking. Right. I've got Councillor Kinsley.
Thank you, Chair. My feelings on this application, I'm not so bothered about the design of the house itself. As colleagues have said, it's quite a mixed area. Prospect House, according to Zoopla, was built in the 1950s, actually, which is, I could well imagine. But anyway, so I'm less concerned about that side. I am really concerned, however, about the parking suggestion for Prospect Villa. If you look at the diagram in the transport report showing how the cars would need to be orientated, it's straight on from the road, okay, fine. when we were there today, a car was parked on the road, quite close to the house, and I just can't see how this is going to work. A, just in terms of practically getting cars in and out, but B, I could easily imagine a situation where you've got children going up that road to school, and you've got a car at the same time going to work, reversing past them for some considerable distance, and that just feels dangerous to me. And what really was, if we approve this as it is now, there's no alternative way of doing the parking there. We are setting that in stone. That house, forevermore, has a dangerous parking arrangement, potentially. And especially if, there's no restrictions to parking on the road immediately behind the house. I just feel we're kind of potentially creating a really tricky situation for Prospect Villa down the road. It's a 4-bedroom house. It should have reasonable parking. I mean, I'm all for avoiding car use, but, reality is we need cars. So just looking at that diagram, it just feels dangerous to me to be agreeing to that parking. That's my overriding concern here. Thank you.
Councillor Kinsley, that there is a pavement for people to walk on. They're not expected to walk in the road. I've got Councillor Cross. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Am I right in thinking we no longer have any contemporary or valid planning policy against garden development in Worcester? And secondly, have all the concerns raised within the late paper been addressed? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, you are correct in terms of our considerations in terms of developing on garden land are based upon the policies that are set out in the report. There is no restrictive policy that restricts garden development. And in terms of the late paper, officers are happy that the concerns that have been raised have been addressed either in the report or through discussions at Planning Committee.
Oh, Councillor Amos?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, the debate's been interesting, but I feel that there's one element which we haven't and we tend not to give sufficient weight to. That's why we have a planning committee, not just planning officers, and that is the local community element. We have a number of people here who live right adjacent to this, and they've expressed their view. Some have prepared a very good speech, and they've come here today to listen and to present their views. And I think this committee needs to listen more and to respect more the views of residents who take the time and trouble to put their objections in paper and come and speak. And I personally always put great weight on those views, simply because it is their community that we are making a decision on. As Councillor Kinnersey said, once we've made a decision, it's in essence set in stone. That is it. And it's their community that's being affected by our decisions. And just to say, oh, well, we can't do it because a lot of people object. Frankly, if a lot of people object, I would take even more notice, because I'd want to know why they're objecting. I would be concerned, frankly, not just dismiss them. And as for the last point that somebody said, I think it might be in the report, referring to the housing crisis, the chances are that this house is not going to be bought by anybody from Worcester whatsoever. So as for solving Worcester's housing crisis, I mean, it's a nonsense. So all I urge, Chair, is that we listen to residents. You know, the late papers, I've been most impressed by this late paper, because in it are references to a number of issues, documentary evidence, references, and carefully thought out. And I would hope, and I'm going to seek assurance from Mr. Round, that all the points in here, because I've read them all, and frankly they cause me concern because they're very logical, they seem very real. And if we make the decision to approve this now, then we've gone against all those points. So can I ask Mr. Round, through you, Chair, has he considered all these points in the late papers, and is he satisfied that they're not valid, such that he stands by his recommendation to approve this application?
Through you, Chair, just 2 points, and then I'll come back to, well, 1 point, and then I'll come back to the answer, which, Councillor Amos, you'll appreciate I've just answered the same question a few moments ago in terms of... well, it will be. But in terms of the point, members, just to make you aware that you will be aware of the Localism Act, and that in terms of your considerations, in terms of the weight of public opinion, that providing material weight to that would be unlawful. So it just needs to be absolutely clear in terms of your considerations. It doesn't mean that you can't listen to residents, but what it does mean is that you can't give material weight to the amount of objections or the amount of non-objections. What it does mean is that you consider that the points have been raised and you consider that against the plan. So that's my first point. In terms of the answer, I have considered them, and officers have considered them fully in terms of those the considerations that are being put in, and we considered that the report is robust and that we stand by our recommendation.
Do you want to go again? Is it a new issue? All right, go on then.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've just been pondering on a way that I could overcome this sort of safety concerns about the reversing down the thing. And I don't know if this is possible within the planning system, but seeing increasingly across Worcester, little upright, very reflective posts going on the edges of pavements to stop cars going, missing the pavement and going on the pavement. And is it possible to stipulate that we talk to highways or whatever, so that some of those posts are put there. So if you're reversing, you can see that's the post, and there's a bit of division between pavement and where the car is driving. Is that something we could condition?
Through you, Chair, we can't condition that because it's outside the applicant's control. It's certainly something that ward members could discuss with the Highway Authority.
Chair.
We have got a proposal on the table from Councillor Lamb. With the additional condition for archaeological stuff if it's found during the dig. And water sustainability from over here. Has anyone got any question or anything different to say that they want to say at all, or is anyone prepared to second? Councillor Sarah, you're happy to second based on those two things? Okay. And no one feels like they haven't had their turn in saying what they want to say? No? Okay, fine. So based on that then, based on the fact that we've got proposer and seconder based with those two amendments to the conditions, can I please see all votes in favour? Against? So that has carried. We've got agenda item 11 now. This is the annual planning committee report 25-26. I did have something to say about this, but I'm going to save it for full council. It's a great report. There's lots of good stuff in it. Please read it. We've got to vote that the recommendation is that the committee approves the planning committee annual report, and the annual report will be submitted to council for information. Can I see all hands in favour? Thank you. I've got two, that's carried. I have got two any other businesses. Next Thursday, Thursday the 30th, if you haven't already, please confirm to Margaret that you can join the annual site walking tour. This is open to all members, not just those on planning committee, to review projects that have had permission. We are meeting at the Guildhall at 10 o'clock and it will be till 2. It's a real chance to learn about projects that we've voted on before and it will help us with future planning decisions. I'd love to see you all there. And then secondly, just to remind you that we have an all-member briefing session. Margaret has sent out invitations. Thank you to everyone who has accepted so far. It is about the new national scheme of delegation for planning decisions. It's really important that all councillors go to this, because if you are wanting to call something in, it's going to impact you. There are two briefings available, one on the 4th of August and one on the 3rd of September on Teams at 7 p.m. I hope you can make one of those options, but if you can't, can you please get in touch with officers, because it's really essential that everyone goes. I have no other further business, so this meeting is now closed. Thank you.